not letting go. I believe there's so much to believe. So lift your eyes if you feel you can. Oh, reach for a star and I'll show you the plan. I figured it out. What I needed was someone to show me. You know you can fool me. I've been loving you too long. It started so easy. You want to carry on, carry on. Lost in love and I don't know much. Was I thinking aloud and fell out of touch? But I'm back on my feet and eager to be what you want.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting off right now. My name is Edwin Wabomba. I'm an urban specialist and also a proud Chevening scholar and part of the team that has organized this meeting today. I just want to take this opportunity to say thank you so much for honoring our invitation and for accepting to attend our second annual public lecture organized by the Chevening Alumni Association of Uganda. Thank you so much for coming in. And today I'm with my co-MC. She will help us introduce herself. You're very welcome.
Thank you very much, Edwin. The Deputy IGG, Dr. Achan Patricia, our guest of honor, Pastor Julius Rotlonyo, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Cavendish University, the Deputy President of Uganda Law Society, the Diplomatic Corps, all representatives from government, civil society, different corporate institutions, our speakers today, panelists for the day, mentees, the Chevening alumni present, ladies and gentlemen, you're very welcome. My name is Janet Navuga Bugembe, Chevening alumni, and I was privileged to pursue a master's in corporate governance and international business ethics from Babbe College, University of London in 2021-2022. A big round of applause for Chevening for having given myself and many others an opportunity to go and study in the United Kingdom. As we start off our event, I would like us to stand for the national anthem. O Uganda, may God uphold thee. We lay our future in thy hand. United, free for liberty, together we'll always stand. You can have your seats. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Janet. We shall welcome Mr. Masaba Aloysius Nigeria to lead us in a word of prayer as we start.
All protocol observed. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let's pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we thank you for this beautiful morning that you've given us. We thank you for our country, Uganda, and I thank you for the men and women in this place, young and old. We give you praise for the grace that you have given us to be in this place and that which you have called us to be a part of. Lord, we dedicate our time here in your hands, and we invite your presence to lead us, O God, that you will cause us to develop bold visions as young people in this nation for good governance and good leadership. And Lord, you will give us strong convictions about the things that you have called us to do to change the narrative about our leadership and governance. And Lord, we pray that you will help us to come up with courageous actions that are going to take us to the next level, that when everything is done, the name of Jesus will be glorified as we live lives that are dignified, that bring your name. We thank you, we bless you, for in Jesus' name I have prayed.
Thank you very much for that very, very wonderful prayer. At this juncture, I would like to invite the president of the Chevening Alumni Association of Uganda, somebody who has steered this association in a direction that we are all proud of. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as we welcome the president of the Chevening Alumni Association of Uganda, Mr. Alan Sembajwe.
Thank you, Janet. Thank you. The Deputy IGG, the guest of honor, Pastor Julius, all protocol observed because there are so many of you. Good morning to you all. How are you feeling today? Very good. That's nice. I was coming in the morning and I was thinking about the weather. And I was wondering what would happen to this day. But thank you for honoring our invite. Thank you for coming in large numbers. For the team that has put this together, Edwin, Bruna, Esther, I don't know where they are, wherever you are, thank you so much. Cindy as well, and Janet, who is leading us here today as the MC. So I welcome you all to this public forum. Today's event is a culmination of work we have been doing since September last year on the project entitled Shaping Leadership and Governance. I think you could have seen the title somewhere. And we have been partnering with Cavendish University. Everyone from Cavendish, give us a shout. You can't shout. Thank you for partnering with us. Uganda Law Society as well, our partners. So the Deputy President is here. Thank you so much for honoring our invite. So under this project, we have held 5 webinars, and we have been looking at governance. And we have looked at governance through 5 lenses. One is the judiciary. So we had a webinar about how the judiciary contributes to good governance. And then we had another one about the civil service. The people who are in the civil service, the public servants, and everyone who is serving us, how do they contribute to good governance? We had a webinar on that. We had another one on security services, how the security forces contribute to public order and good governance. And then we had another one with the political class, how the political class contributes, how our politicians contribute to good governance. And then just yesterday, I think, we had one for the citizens, you and I. How do we contribute to good governance? So under this program, we have also had a mentorship program that brought together 32 young people. In fact, we have one from Kotido. I don't know if he has arrived yet. Where is the gentleman from Kotido? Are you here? Yeah, so we have mentored 32 young people, and each of them has gone through a training about leadership, personal leadership, leadership when you are put in a place, positional leadership, and then leadership by circumstance. And it has been a good training. So thank you for the trainers. I don't know if Fiona Wall is here. She has been one of the trainers. Dr. Barije, thank you so much. Been helping us as well. Yeah. And then today's public lecture wraps up this project, the Shaping Leadership and Governance. And the theme that you see there is a culmination of what has been ringing throughout the discussions that we have been having since September last year. So the main issue that has come up has been ethics and accountability. That is the problem in this country. And we have discussed, as I said, so many areas, but the issue has been ethics and accountability. In my layman's language, ethics means good manners. Yeah? Not so. Good manners. While accountability means telling the truth of what you are doing or what you have done. So in essence, people are saying we don't have good manners or we don't tell the truth about what we are doing. That's what we heard when we went around and people were speaking. So for me, this is a bit underwhelming. It's a shame, if you ask me, because as Africans, we are known to have values, good manners, not so. And also we are known to do what? To be a bit religious. So at least if you have bad manners amongst your people, you should fear God, not so. But unfortunately, it is bad manners and it is failure to tell the truth that is the problem in our governance today. So we thought let's gather together and let's talk about it. So if you ask me, I feel like it's a bit of a shame. And I have heard somewhere some people say that shame is a revolutionary sentiment. But if you're not feeling ashamed, let me give you a few things to feel ashamed about. If you're not feeling ashamed like the way I feel, because for me when I heard that the topic is ethics and ethical and accountability in leadership, I was thinking, how? But let me give you a few things to feel ashamed about in this country. Let me not speak numbers. Let me just talk about because you know them. The number of school dropouts. Okay? Last year, I think, when the students who sat for PLE, by the time they sat, 1.2 million of them failed to sit. So when they started in P1, I think there were 1.7. By the time they sat, there were about 700,000. So the 1 million, or the 1.1 somewhere there, was lost. Okay? In this country, I'm talking about Uganda, some of you may not know, the number of patients who die in hospital, anyway, let me stop. The human capital that is going to Oman and Qatar, if you have been to the airport recently, every day people are going out of the country. Young girls and boys, they are leaving this country. They are home. Okay? I can't even begin to say today it rained, but I would not be surprised if in the evening the news bulletin says some people died because of flooding. Okay? So there are things that we should be ashamed of as Ugandans. Of course, there's violence, abduction, suppression of media freedom, so many things in there. So for me, I think it will be political, if not social suicide, for us to think that these things are business as usual. And how we think about leadership we need to face these things. Okay? And even as we discuss ethics and accountability in leadership, let's put our eyes on these things, because these are the challenges that we are facing as a country. So you know that for every young woman heading out to Qatar and a young man dying in the rain is a phone call that placed a shoddy engineer in her place. You know that. For every school dropout or hospital death, there is a mansion being built in Naria. Or a pharmacy. I'm not talking about the people who stay in Naria, but you know what I'm talking about. Or a pharmacy mushrooming up in a Kampala suburb. So should we be ashamed of these things? I think we should. Absolutely. You should be ashamed of these things. And if we are not ashamed, well, I'll leave you to think about that. So whether what we are going to talk about today has affected you or not yet, you are in the right place. So I'm glad when I look around, the Deputy IGG is here. I was having a chat with her and she said, you need to keep your integrity. So I'm glad that you're here. I can see Honorable Miriam Atembe, the guest of honor himself, and different people. So I'm glad that when I look around, our collective shame has brought us together. Yeah? And it elicits a response, not so? So we are going to discuss, we are going to talk, and we hope that we can find solutions. So we are too ashamed that we are choosing to convene together on this second last day of the month of April to confront the demons that got us here as a country. And we have pastors, by the way, in our midst, so perhaps they may even be exorcised. But most importantly, friends and countrymen, that you have agreed to gather here in a collective shame to confront the ethics of our governance. I'm humbled. I'm humbled that you're not shying away. The young people in this room, I'm glad that you came, because if we, the leaders, fail, the older generation, okay, am I older? Okay, the older generation, then you, the young people, will confront some of these things. So, we thank you for heeding this call. The Chevening Alumni Association will continue to provide platforms like this one, where we address issues that stunt our growth. In the past few years, we have tackled healthcare, we have looked at refugee education, we have done PWD support, people with disabilities, we have done climate action projects. In fact, we did, in PWDs, we came up with a solution for educating PWDs, and it was adopted in the education curriculum. So give us a clap. We are doing some good work. So for those that may not know, for the last 4 decades, the British government has been supporting Ugandans to pursue a master's degree in the UK under the Chevening Scholarship. So when you see that word Chevening, it is a scholarship that is run by the British government, and it has been here since 1983. About 300 of us have benefited from it, and each year, the individuals that benefit, they return home to make a contribution, like we are doing. So about 5 years ago, we thought that instead of people doing individual contributions, why don't we collect together and then form an association, and we channel our energy as a team, okay? So we wanted to tap into each other's energies so that we create synergies that can create positive change. So we formed an association in 2019, and that association is called Chevening Alumni Association of Uganda. I happen to lead it today, and as I speak now, I think we are about 400. Some of them are known to you. They are more popular, like Honorable Matembe here. She was a minister. You have known Andrew Mwenda, Daniel Kalinaki. All those are Chevening alumni. And then there are the less popular, like yours truly. But I'm also a Chevening alumnus. So I happen to lead that group of people. You can imagine a group which has Honorable Matembe and Andrew Mwenda. One is seated this side, the other one is seated the other side. But I'm leading them. So Cheveners, wherever you are, it would be good to stand up for recognition since you are here. Where are you, Cheveners? Please stand up. Okay, good. So all those people that you see standing up are Chevening alumni. Thank you so much for coming. So as an association, we are now able to contribute collectively to the growth of this country, most importantly in the area of leadership, about which the scholarship is hinged. The scholarship is hinged on leadership, by the way. So it's about propelling good leaders. So this event is just one of the platforms for us to make our contribution. We have been told in this country the elite are, we are the ones pulling the country forward. Someone has called us the most disappointing. Some other one has called us foolish. But we are saying, no. we are going to be part of the solution. So thank you, the British government. I think the British High Commissioner is not yet here, but thank you for supporting us in getting an education in the UK, but also part of some of these things that we put together. So about today, I cannot wait to hear the conversations in this room. I have seen Angel Izama there. I've seen Dr. Tavaranga. I can't wait. Pastor Mali, I can't wait to see what this room erupts into when these gentlemen and ladies begin to speak. So I hope that after this conversation, even as we go back, some of you may not be touched today, but when you go back, I'm hoping that there will be more ethical leadership in this country. So, even as you sit, feel at peace, feel at Chevening, and I officially welcome you to this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Alan Sembajo deserves a bigger round of applause. As the chairperson of the Chevening Alumni Association was sharing, a thought came to mind, and I would love to share it. Leadership without ethics is like a ship without a compass, bound to drift. So let's continue learning how to navigate with integrity. And I believe that that's why we are here. I would like to give an opportunity to one of our partners, the chairperson of the Cavendish University. I don't know whether I got it right, but I would like to invite the Vice Chancellor of Cavendish University, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Cavendish University, to come and give us his remarks. A big round of applause as the Vice Chancellor is coming. We've had a wonderful partnership with Cavendish University, and I'm sure we are going to continue with this relationship. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to stand on the already established protocol. It is a privilege to stand here before you this morning as Cavendish University. I bring you greetings from the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Olive Sabiti, who was meant to be here today, who is a Chevening scholar herself, and a prolific one at that. But she was supposed to be here today, but due to unforeseen circumstances, she's not been able to make it. I would also like to bring you greetings from our Executive Director, Mr. David Mutabenura, and of course the entire Cavendish University community. It is a privilege to be partnering with the Chevening Alumni Association, and particularly with regards to the issue of leadership and governance. At Cavendish University, Uganda, we don't just believe in raising leaders who are competent, capable, skilled, using practical-based approaches, but we believe in leadership. In fact, ethical leadership is one of the key pillars in our institution. We believe that there are a lot of leaders who talk, but the taste of the pudding is ultimately in the eating. And so we want action. And our students, we encourage them to be people of integrity. And that is something we take very seriously, from our careers and employability dimension in our institutions to what every single lecturer does on a daily basis. We believe as an institution that we can do our little part in contributing to shaping Uganda and Africa as a nation, as a continent. So this morning, it is with great privilege that I am here on behalf of Cavendish University and everything we represent to confirm our commitment to ethical leadership and being part of this great initiative, nurturing ethical and accountable leaders. We feel this is something, a match made in heaven. So Cavendish University is proud to be a part of this. Forgive me, I didn't introduce myself. I am Associate Professor Olutayo Kadmiel Oshusan, and I am the DVC at Cavendish University, Uganda. Now the name, thank you. Now the name doesn't sound Ugandan, but I'm very Ugandan. My better half is Ugandan. And so, so I'm very Ugandan. My better half is Ugandan. And so, as an individual, even, I believe ethical leadership is very important. I'm a man of faith, and in my faith, the emphasis, in fact, one of my leadership in the church I go to, Pastor Julius Rutalania, the emphasis is placed on the fact that talent, giftings can take you very high. But the lack of character, lack of integrity will send you tumbling down as fast as you got up. So with this initiative by the Chevening Alumni Association, Shaping Leadership and Governance Project, Cavendish University has been part of it. Yesterday, I was privileged to be part of the mentorship program, and we saw student leadership from different universities coming to Cavendish to be mentored. And the truth is that leadership, we're all leaders, but the challenge is that there are good leaders and there are bad leaders. But through mentorship like this that Chevening Alumni has initiated through this project, even poor leaders, lacking leaders, can be nurtured, and they will blossom into leaders who will establish good governance, which will benefit not only themselves, but the entire society in which they lead. So it is great, with a great privilege, that I am able to be here today and to again confirm that Cavendish University is very much open to initiatives such as this in order to make our own contribution to shaping the future of Uganda, and of course, to always identifying the fact that no matter how gloomy it looks, there's always the ray of hope. And that hope is in the fact that we have men and women who are willing to step up and take the position of leadership for the good of this nation and for the good of the continent. So thank you very much for making it today. I believe the discussions today will not only enrich the people who have been mentored, but it will enrich every single person who has taken time to be here. I am privileged to be in the company of distinguished people. I am really honored. Your worship, honorable pastors, and every other member here. It is a privilege. And we thank you for making it today, and we continue to welcome you even to Cavendish University. Pay us a visit. We would love to hear from you. We'd like you to speak into our students so that they understand what it means to be a good leader. Thank you very much, and thank you for the privilege of enabling Cavendish to be part of this great initiative. Thank you.
What a powerful message from the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Cavendish University. He has reminded me that leadership is not a position, it is a responsibility. And ethical leadership is the backbone of a lasting transformation. Thank you so much for those words of wisdom, and we are privileged to have had this partnership with you as the Chevening Alumni Association. I would like to call upon the chairperson of the Chevening Alumni Association, Uganda, to help me invite our guest of honor for the day to give his keynote address. Thank you.
Thank you. That's too soon. I feel like I'm always, maybe that's why I sat here. So allow me invite our guest speaker for the day, who happens to be my pastor, Pastor Julius Rotlonyo. He was my youth pastor. He's still my pastor. He's now the team leader. In fact, he now has gray hair. And I think we are stressing him as the flock. But Pastor Julius Rotlonyo, we want to hear from you. We are eager for you to tell us about ethical leadership. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, the chairman of the Chevening Alumni Association. All protocol observed, and good morning to you all. I know they called it a keynote address, but I am a pastor, and sometimes we get passionate, we speak, we do all those kinds of things, but I won't do that today. So just allow me to be myself and share some things which are really from my heart today. That's what I want to do. Because I am Ugandan 311, I believe in the potential of Uganda. I believe it is Africa's day to start changing the narrative of unethical leadership. And we can. And so I'll share some things from my heart. For those that don't know me, I'm Julius, like I mentioned. I have the great privilege of leading Watoto Church. Today I've come with some wonderful friends here. I'll start with Timothy Sabiti. Timothy leads our elders team. So Watoto Church is pastorally led, but pastors are accountable. One of the uniquenesses we have as Watoto is our governance structures are intact. And so he's here as my elder. If anyone has a challenge with me, he will hold me accountable. And so I wanted him to be here because this is a very important subject. But I also came with two young men who were part of our pastoral and leadership internship, Solomon and Rogers. And we're always wanting to raise leaders. My wife, Vanita, would have been here, but she's engaged in some things. And I want to offer my apology in advance. After I have spoken, I'm not going to leave because the rest is not important. But as a matter of fact, we have our annual general meeting as Watoto today, where we get to look at our audited books of accounts and give an accountability for what the past year has been. And so please excuse us if you see us leaving after the keynote address. That's what ethical and accountable leaders do. We give accountability. And so that's what it's going to be like. As I think from my own experience, many people know Watoto as a church, and we are a church in 17 locations. We run a big work to rescue vulnerable children, boys and girls, and our purpose is to raise them to be leaders that would rebuild the nation. That is our goal on 3 children's villages. We have schools, we have farms. It's just big. Over 1,300 staff. So you have to have good governance. And our heartbeat has always been in the leadership area, because our heart is to see healing come to the cities and the nations. And that's a little bit about Watoto. So let me start this way. Last week I was having a conversation with one of the leaders of a financial institution in this country. And as we were chatting, he said to me, "Pastor, we have a challenge in the financial institution." And I said, what is the challenge? He said, "We have competent people. We have people that are absolutely skilled. But the one thing we are facing is a character crisis." And so he said to me, he asked me, "How do you think this can be addressed?" And I think one of the things that is happening here is addressing those issues. And as I've been reflecting, I'm thinking about today, when it comes to leadership and governance, the issue is not knowledge. People know a lot. The issue is not skill. People are incredibly skilled. The issue is the heart. We can spend time trying to give people more knowledge about good leadership and governance. We can spend time trying to do skills and all those kinds of things. But if the heart is left out, we will still find ourselves in the same crisis. Thank you. Please. You're welcome, madam. Very, very welcome. Thank you. Maybe chairperson, you can come and introduce. Yes, then I'll carry on. You can do it later. All right. So I'll just go back to what I was saying, that we can spend time trying to give people more knowledge and skill, but if we ignore the heart matters of leadership and governance, we are going to go through the same cycle of failure and repeated pain, like you shared, chairperson. And so I want to submit something we've always said, especially those of us who are people of faith, that the heart of the human problem is honestly the problem of the human heart. The heart of the human problem, like someone said, is the problem of the human heart. We live in a world today that is very knowledgeable, very talented. All the technology around us is supposed to aid us to be better, but still we go through challenges in society because of heart problems, the software issues of leadership. That's how I would frame them, and governance. And the impact of this, if not addressed, is very devastating. Statistics like the chairperson was sharing can seem far-fetched, but from the conversation I had with that lead of a financial institute, they were really deeply worried and concerned about this character crisis. And let me tell you why. As I started to think about it more deeply, because if we don't address this and fix it, it's going to hurt. You all likely in this place keep your money with the bank. If you don't trust the people in there to manage it, it's going to be a problem. If we don't address character issues, tomorrow you're going to go to hospital. If we have doctors with no character, think about the health crisis. Think about the medical world that is producing all these kinds of drugs and vaccines and all those kinds of things. Without character and no trust. Right now there's so much conversation around, is certain things being designed to wipe out the population? All those are big concerns that people have. Because somehow the character piece is not being addressed. So statistics can seem far-fetched until you start to realize that these things, we wouldn't be seated under here if we were told the person who built this wasn't a person of character. We'd all be worried. Would you eat the food and the breakfast that was served if you knew there was somebody trying to do foul play? This matter is not light. And if we don't handle it, we are heading for more crisis. And that's why I thank you, the Chevening Alumni Association, for passionately pursuing the issue of ethical leadership and shaping it. Because if we don't, this world is just going to become ungovernable. Society is going to be untamable. We will create a monster for ourselves that we cannot manage. So how do we fix this? In my thoughts, in the few minutes I have. One, I think one is to do things like this. We must start to elevate the issue of character when it comes to leadership and governance. I think without negating the importance of knowledge and skills, we need that. Because you got to be knowledgeable, you got to be skilled. But the ignored fact of character needs to be elevated. We need to start taking matters of character, and here I know we've talked about ethical and accountable, and I'm using the word character there to represent that. We need to take the issue of character serious, individually, but also corporately. We cannot bury our heads in the ground and think character no longer matters. It does. It does matter. And think ethics and accountability are just political ways of trying to put on a show of good leadership and governance. We gotta take it seriously. We gotta elevate it. Passionately believe that. And that, usually when we talk about this, many people are quick to throw stones to the political side of things. But this issue is affecting everybody from a family level to religious institutions. No matter where we are, this is a crisis. We gotta deal with it. So, if that's important, and leaders are needed, professionals are needed in different places, what can we do if those leaders, professionals that come in these different places have a character gap? There's another layer that can handle leaders and professionals and employees who may not exhibit the character that you're looking for. That additional layer is called governance. And governance is that agreement as society, as institutions, that this is the way we will all hold each other accountable, whether I'm a leader or someone I'm serving. So governance is so crucial because it protects us, all of us, from that leader who may not have character, from the people that may not have character. Those governance boundaries are so crucial. And that's why I wanted to come with my elders team leader and some of the young people we're raising here, because if I'm left to myself as the leader of Watoto to just make decisions, irrationally, or favoring my family or favoring my tribesmen or whatever, it can be chaotic. But because I have governance structures around that are strong and are built and there are people who are trusted there, it helps me. It protects me from me, but also protects me from abusing my leadership role. And so, yes, we must continue to build and elevate character amongst people, but institutionally, the matter of governance cannot be overestimated. It is necessary. And so, I want to end my submission today to you by giving you 7 checkpoints for healthy governance and leadership. And these checkpoints are not checkpoints for knowledge, because knowledge there's abundance. They're not checkpoints for skill, because there's skilled people. People are absolutely talented. They are going to be checkpoints for the soft parts of governance that really shape character and that address the heart of governance. So I'm not going to, the skills, all of that, the knowledge you get. I mean, you go for advanced studies, you're going to get a lot of that. But I just want to talk about the soft points from my perspective. 7 of them. It's like vitals when you go for a health check. There are certain vital things that they check, and they're checking those levels, and they will declare you either healthy or at risk. And as I go through this, think about them in your personal life, but also think about them from an institutional point of view. The first one is this. First, and they're not in order, but I'll just go through them as I was writing them in my thoughts. The first one is humility. Humility is not a very, very famous word in leadership and governance circles. Because the mindset of leadership and governance, unfortunately, in a cultural perspective, is you've arrived. It's power. It's pomp. That's what it looks like. And so you have everyone trying to aspire for leadership. And because when I arrive there, I have power. I have access to resources. And it brings in a sense of pride. But I gotta say, for us to achieve ethical and accountable leadership for good governance and for good leaders who are leading well, you cannot ignore humility. Here's what humility simply means in my view. It's just that simple modesty that you remain that human being that you were before you got that leadership role. People change the moment they get opportunities of leadership. My goodness. Everybody all of a sudden wants all these bodyguards, wants all of this. It's just crazy. But just simple modesty. Humility simply means just having a self-awareness. And this is the simple self-awareness that keeps you humble. You don't know it all. You need others. Self-awareness is also the recognition you have strengths and weaknesses. Humility also has a sense of being open-minded. In any governance room or leadership team, test the humility in there. How is the leader displaying humility? How is the team displaying humility? How is humility displayed in parliament? Everybody wants to say something. Humility is displayed when you listen. You can be quiet and listen. Humility is displayed when you realize there's no such thing as a solo flyer. You know you need others. That's humility. Second, checkpoint when it comes to, in my opinion, what would be healthy governance and leadership is agility. You know. And when I think of agility today, it's very necessary. I mean, that ability to be flexible, because we live in a very fluid world and society. Agility has to be with a kind of leadership that is necessary today. You're thinking quick, because things are changing very quickly. Just by being here for a day, by the time we walk out, the news might bring something that impacts you. Things just change very quickly. So it's more not a skill, but an attitude that we gotta carry of agility, being able to be adaptable. I was told that during the COVID time we're living in a VUCA world, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. That's the kind of world we're living in. Post-COVID, I heard another one that it is now called a bunny world. And bunny means it's brittle. It simply means systems are easily broken. Structures that you said can easily be broken immediately because of changes happening around us. The A in bunny stands for anxious. People are very anxious, so the issues of mental health cannot be ignored anymore. They are very real. The people that you're going to employ, the Gen Z, Gen Alpha, have so many concerns, and they're right there. In your governance space, you gotta think about them. These things matter. This idea leadership is for people who are tough and do this, that kind of thing, it's gotta change, because the anxiety is real. Non-linear, simply meaning that what was a straight line yesterday today may not be a straight line. It's just changing. So the whole idea, when I do this as a leader, this will happen. When I come as a leader and I display strength and toughness, people will think I'm really. You think that's the reaction you're going to get. Things have changed. It's no longer linear. What seemed to be obvious yesterday is no longer obvious today. And this calls for, it's something that as leaders we have to keep wrestling with. Then the I stands for incomprehensible. You can check it out. You can check what the Barney world is. Incomprehensible just means there are certain things which are just going to be blowing your mind, beyond your master's degree, beyond your experience. Those are the things we have to now navigate. A good, healthy governance leadership is always saying we have to be open to learning, agility. And you must be willing to learn from the Gen Z and Gen Alpha. They are going to teach you something you didn't know. That's why I love these young people here. They will begin to teach you about the real world we're living in, because it's not yesterday. As parents, we like saying, when I was young, this is what we did. It's a different day. The third, and I gotta go quick because I gotta finish, is you must have a mindset of continuity. And continuity has to do with long-term thinking, beyond now thinking, generational thinking. Oh, how leadership has failed in this area. Because of this mindset of, when I'm a leader, I've arrived. And so you want to be the Alpha and the Omega. No. Good governance is always thinking beyond the leader. I love what I heard one leader say, that I just don't look at the next leadership. I look through the next leadership. I'm thinking beyond the next person coming. That's very hard in the African context, because you're a chief until you die. But if you want your little constituency as a chief to continue thriving, there's a point when the next gen has to take charge. And your greatest joy is to sit back and see it thrive. That's a space that many leaders never get to see. Because by the time they are taken from their position, it's either forceful, it's a health crisis, and they never get to enjoy the greatest joy that I believe comes from leadership, and that's seeing the next gen thrive. And you begin to be honored as a father or a mother or as a mentor. It's a place many leaders never get to. And continuity is possible. We just went through a leadership transition as Watoto, and we are not going backward. We're thriving. So the idea of is leadership transition possible? It is. Our context was that the Watoto Church was started by missionaries, Gary and Marilyn, who came from Canada and planted the church, and it's been thriving. People used to refer to Watoto, oh, that church for the Muzungu. The moment the Muzungu goes and trusts an African, it's going to go down. Africans, we can change it. I hope I can help you believe that we can take on leadership and cause things to flourish. We can. If we change the way we think about ethics, integrity, and leadership. If we become countercultural in the way we've known leadership and governance. It's possible. The fourth, time I gotta go, is sensitivity. Governance and leadership needs to have this sensitivity amongst them. And when I talk about sensitivity, is really the recognition that your governance and leadership responsibility, at the end of the day, your decision impact people. So sensitivity simply means you're really thinking about people. For those of you in institutions, you're not just thinking staff. You think about them as individuals and family. In sensitivity, there's an aspect I've written here that I've been really working hard on, and we've been doing with our governance structure. The sensitivity to realize that all genders can lead. And we're doing that. We always had female leadership in Watoto, but now elevating that leadership to the governance table. And so far we have been absolutely blessed. Because that voice changes some of our dynamics in our meetings. And so that sensitivity to realize that, oh, leadership is not just for males, it's for all of us. And of course, for me as a Christian, is always sensitive, is being sensitive to what God wants. That's what I do. Fifth is clarity. Clarity is so important. The moment you have some form of confusion at a lead, if your voice is confusing at leadership and governance level, man, you mess up everything. Let me ask a question. When you think about our country, Uganda, do we have clarity about the future? We just have to ask ourselves these questions. Is there some form of clarity? You tune to radio stations, it's just let me give you another one. It's not just Uganda, just globally. My goodness. You watch the news, you wonder what is going on. There just seems to be no clarity. For great governance and great leadership, one of the things we must aspire for is clarity. For the sake of those we lead and for the sake of those we serve. And in clarity, matters of vision, matters of mission, matters of values. Those are our responsibility as people in leadership. Where are we going? It's vision. What are we about? We have a great vision in Uganda, Vision 2040. It's an amazing document. How many of you have read it? It's few of us. That should become our common ownership. I've read Vision 2040. Amazing. That is one area where it will bring clarity for all of us to aspire to. Where there's no clarity, accountability becomes a challenge. Sixth, this is my second last. Of course, is one I think you'll spend time talking about, and Honorable Miria here spent time pounding integrity. And that's one I don't want to emphasize because you're going to talk about it. And for me, integrity is simply two things. We do what we say and we say what we do. Very simple. Just do what you say. The second one is the harder one because it's accountability. Saying what you do. So integrity, I think you're going to have enough conversation on that. The last checkpoint for me is another soft point that will help us to be healthy in governance and in leadership. It's similar to integrity, but not. It's called credibility. I think we have a character crisis, but I also think today we have a credibility crisis. And credibility is that quality of being trusted, of being reliable, of being believable. The only way as leaders we can start to build our credibility and governance entities. Leadership, let me give you something that just happened to me this past weekend. On a Sunday, I'm usually at the downtown campus where we have a church here in town, but I visit the other locations because we have 17 locations. I was going to visit this location, this time not to preach, but to attend church and speak to the leaders about some growth opportunities that we have as a church. Now, when I said I wanted to meet the leaders at a particular time, the first thought that came to their minds is, what is wrong? And so I discovered that their interpretation of me just wanting to talk with leaders is always around something wrong. I said, I need to change that narrative. Because sometimes as leaders, we only show up when things are wrong. So and I thought, no, that's not a good way to be branded as a leader. And so I started to think, I need to change this, because now the people say they trust, but when I come to be with them, they are wondering what's wrong. And so I want to change that. I want to be in a place where, as a leader, I can show up and what's good is here. If there's something wrong, he's going to sort it out, but it's not just here for wrong things. It's not just, and especially when I don't preach and say I'm going to meet the leaders, has our pastor done something? That's what was coming to people's minds. But if we're going to build good credibility that is trusted, reliable, believable, there's an element of consistency. In other words, this idea of one-time integrity, one-time accountability, that I've accounted once, so I'm accountable. Don't you remember what we did last year? Don't you remember we did? Has to be consistent. And I think this is where the game changer is going to come. Transparency is not only once a year. Transparency should become a lifestyle. That's how credibility is built. Accountability should not be a one-time thing. It should be something that becomes part of what we do always as leaders. And as we do those 7 things, I may mention them as I finish. Humility, agility, having a continuity mindset, long-term thinking, being sensitive in our governance and leadership, having clarity of vision, mission, values, being people of integrity, and then ensuring that our leadership and governance is credible. I believe we can change the narrative of leadership for the sake of the future of our land. God bless you.
Thank you, Pastor. Thank you. Like I said, I am happily associated. Pastor Julius has been my pastor since I was a teenager. But because he has spoken, I am happily associated. So thank you so much, Pastor Julius, for those incredible words. We get those 7 areas. Thank you for speaking about integrity and clarity, credibility, sensitivity, and of course, the issue in our country, which is continuity. At this juncture, allow me recognize the presence of the British High Commissioner, Your Excellency Lisa Chesney. We thank you for coming today. And now that you're here, I want to invite you and give us a few remarks. Thank you.
Pastor Julius, Deputy IGG, dignitaries and very esteemed panelists, to our Chevening Alumni Chair and to all the Cheveners here present, to Cavendish University, to mentors, to mentees, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Now listen, I will always take up any opportunity that I have to engage with the Chevening Network. I have to confess, I shouldn't say I have favourite things to do, but it's definitely one of my favourite things. And I apologise that today I can't be here longer. This is going to be a bit more of an in and out than I want. Now, one of the challenges you have as a diplomat is that your diary is beholden to your government, your country, your king, your host country. And I was feeling quite sorry for myself. And I realised Pastor Julius is beholden to a much higher force. So his diary memory is probably more challenging than mine. And I have to say, it's a real lesson about turning up on time to speak, because I now have to speak after a man of God, and that is, he's a professional. So you give me quite a challenge. But let me just say, I'm absolutely delighted to be here today at this public lecture, Shaping Leadership and Governance in Uganda, spearheaded by the Chevening, very vibrant Chevening Alumni Association of Uganda. And I think it's testament to the power of collective action and the enduring impact of the Chevening community that I see every day when I'm here. And I use that word enduring with purpose and intentionally, because the Chevening program, you might not know it, the Cheveners will, it's been active for over 40 years, well over 40 years here in Uganda. And I say Chevening's looking fresh when I look around the room today for 40 years. Now, I know some of our illustrious speakers and panelists might be less familiar with the Chevening program and what Chevening's about. So a very quick overview for you. Chevening is the UK's global scholarship program. It was founded in 1983 to develop future leaders, to develop influencers, change makers, decision makers across the world. And you know, we're really proud of the reach that the UK education system has globally. Some of you might have heard me say nearly 1 in 7 countries have a prime minister or a head of state who's had some contact, some studies in the UK. And we're really proud to see the impact that Chevening's having here in Uganda. It's impressive. There's over 300 Chevening alumni here in Uganda, including ministers, chief justices, engineers, media proprietors, human rights activists, CEOs. I could go on, many, many more. Now, at the end of last week, I attended the finale of Journey to the Boardroom. Where's our Journey to the Boardroom president? Who's sitting here, Pauline? Yeah, there we go. Wasn't that a lovely evening? But that was alongside Supreme Court judges, CEOs, opinion leaders, who've been supporting young leaders who are part of this program. And this was all started by one of your very own Chevening alumni here with us today. And it was all about helping future leaders understand the importance of corporate governance and leadership with integrity, the word that Pastor mentioned. Pastor, you mentioned Uganda's Vision 2040, and I think that's a really important reference. It highlights innovation, governance, inclusive growth, and these are all areas where Chevening scholarships, Chevening leadership and global networks are directly contributing. But the Chevening scholarship, the program has always been about more than academic excellence. Pastor talked about character, and I think that's a hugely important word. It's about nurturing leaders who want to really make a difference in their communities and beyond, wherever they are in the world. Now, I think it's important to note that this lecture is an independent endeavour organised by the Chevening Alumni Association of Uganda. So today is not about the UK's views or any panelist views or the CAA views, but it's a really important opportunity to get different voices in the room to dialogue on the importance of governance and leadership in Uganda. And Uganda, like many nations, like my own, is facing and navigating an ever more complex and volatile world. Pastor Julius talked about VUCA, that's now, what did you say? BANAS is the new one. I'm going to remember that one, okay. But I think the point here, and you made that so well, Pastor, is that the choices made today will shape life for generations to come. Very few countries have the clarity that we all want, but we can have a compass. And therefore it's imperative here, just as in the UK, that we foster lively public dialogue on how to meet these challenges that are faced by today's leaders really wherever they sit. Now, I would say to you that leadership requires constant learning. I've been in Kampala now for about 6 months. It's feeling pretty like home, I have to say, yes. And Cheveners were in my very first couple of weeks, but I have learned some lessons that I will share with you. My first lesson is that I will never again be satisfied by a non-Ugandan pineapple or avocado. Now that's a big problem for me, because at some point I will have to leave, because the quality of your fruit and vegetables is phenomenal. I've been spoiled for life. I've also learned that when I walk into a room and I know nobody, by the end of the hour, I'll probably have made a new friend. I'll have found someone with a UK connection. I may even, if I'm lucky, have been invited to a wedding, you know. So Ugandans are the most hospitable people that I think I've ever met in my diplomatic career. I've also learnt that traffic lights and rules of the road do not apply to boaters. I don't understand why. I still don't understand why, but that's my other lesson learned. But I've also learned, this is an important lesson, I've learned that election season in Uganda is the longest season that I've ever experienced. It never seems to sort of start or end. But across the globe, when I think of all of the important topics of debate, and I think about important topics of debate in my own country, in any country, I see how quickly these days things can become polarized. And the more polarized the debate comes, this is good, this is bad, you're on this side, you're on that side, the harder it is to drive collective action, to harness the talent and power of the collective, and to even contemplate that there might be a win-win. Now, when I look at the topic of today's lecture, and I commend the panel for this and the association for picking it, when I look at the topic of today's lecture and the panels, the one thing I'm sure about is that there will be different views. But I hope atop those views, there is a shared objective. There is a good faith discussion on how to navigate these contemporary challenges and how to seize upon the prize that should unite everybody, whatever your different views are. The prize that unites us all is development, it's growth, and it's prosperity. Because you see that one of the other lessons that I've learned over my diplomatic career, wherever I am, is that being able to openly discuss challenges, even when you disagree, it's a crucial strength that allows a country, wherever it sits in the world, to navigate the challenges that it faces. But that requires that we listen to each other in the spirit of understanding. Now, as Winston Churchill said, courage is what it takes to stand up and speak. But courage is also what it takes to sit down and listen. I'm sure over the course of today, each and every one of you will hear something that you dislike or you disagree with, or maybe even makes you annoyed. In fact, I hope you do. Because disagreement with respect can shape new ideas and it can help a society move forward. Some of you might know Ruth Bader Ginsburg, recently departed Supreme Court Justice in the US. I love one of her phrases, you can disagree without being disagreeable. You know, it doesn't have to be a lack of disrespect. So I can commend the Chevening Alumni Association of Uganda for putting together this event and your ongoing engagement with university leaders, with students, with the broader community across the whole country. You genuinely are inspiring the next generation of leadership to take up the mantle with integrity, the integrity word, and vision. We believe, from a UK point of view, in the potential of Uganda's youth to drive change, to lead with courage, and to lead with conviction. And I'm sure that the discussions, the ideas that are generated here today will undoubtedly contribute to a very rich discussion and an even brighter future for Uganda. Thank you, all of you, for being here today. I hope I get the chance to continue the discussions, even if it's not in this format, when I see you in some of the follow-up conversations I know we're going to have afterwards. I'm sorry I can't stay for longer, but I'm convinced that working together to navigate today's challenges will also make sure that Uganda is supremely well positioned to seize its many opportunities as well. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the discussions. I'm going to get the hot debrief from my team later, but unfortunately we'll need to leave you quite quickly for matters of state. But I wish you a very rich and very productive discussions. And thank you again, Association, for tabling this important topic. Thank you.
Wow. Those are wonderful remarks from Her Excellency, the British High Commissioner to Uganda. We have okay. Thank you very much, the British High Commissioner, Her Excellency, for those very wonderful remarks that she has shared. At this juncture, I would like to invite the chairperson of the Chevening Alumni Association Uganda, Mr. Alan Sembajwe, to take us through the next part of our session.
Okay, thank you. Quickly, I know the guest of honor is about to leave. So I'll ask Edwin. Edwin, you have a small token of appreciation for our guest of honor. Don't worry, it's not, it has no ethical issues. It's a simple token of appreciation. I know the Deputy IGG is here, so, but you're in safe hands. Edwin? Pastor Julius. We want to thank you so much for speaking to us and for honoring our invite and for equipping us with all the skills that we need, the soft skills like you called them, for leadership. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay. I have to be here as well.
Still shake the hands?
I don't know. Thank you. And I know you have to leave because you have an AGM, so officially, thank you. We also have another certificate for Cavendish University. Our partners, Professor, if you could come around and receive it as well. Edwin. Cavendish University have been our partners. They have hosted our mentees, and they have also supported them in training. They have spoken at our webinars, so we want to recognize that partnership, and we hope it can be strengthened. Oh, the one giving hands. Thank you so much. Oh, they are supposed to be photos. Okay, thank you so much. Back to you.
Program, we are supposed to have conversations. I would call them panel conversations, led by a team of people that have spoken about the discussions that we are going to have here today. And so there are discussions about leadership, there are discussions about governance in our country. And so we have the honor of Mr. Anthony Asimwe. I do not have the right to over-introduce you, so we shall give you an opportunity to tell us who you are. But yes, Anthony is the Deputy President of the Uganda Law Society, and we want to say thank you so much for honoring our invitation and for choosing to come and speak to the audience, especially the young leaders who are here, about issues of leadership in our country. So you'll be one of the panelists, so just take up a seat and you prepare to speak to us. We also have the honor of having Madame Agatha Atuhaire. Agatha is a known advocate for rule of law and good governance. She's here. Agatha, we are happy to have you here today. She's a journalist, a human rights defender. If you have been on Twitter, if you know anything about Agora, that is Agatha, who has been speaking boldly about issues of leadership and governance that affect our country today. We also have the honor of having Dr. Patricia Achan Okiria. Dr. Patricia is a governance enthusiast. She has written a book on governance, and probably she'll give us the opportunity to know more about that book. But also most important to this meeting, she's the Deputy IGG. So she's the person in charge of ethical issues in our country or in the public sector. And so she's rightly here to help us learn more about what we need to do as leaders for us to have good governance processes or for us to be able to call ourselves good leaders. And then, and lastly, we also have the honor of having Mr. Angelo Izama, a distinguished Ugandan journalist and analyst of political issues, governance issues. Angela has spoken on so many issues on leadership and governance, rule of law in our country. And so we're also happy to have him here. Like I said, I do not have the rights to give elaborate introductions of these great people. And I think we shall give them the opportunity to really tell us about themselves. Then lastly, we have a religious leader, a cleric, and that is our very own Imam Kasozi. He's also here, who will also be part of the conversations on leadership, because we are going to look at what leadership is from the political lens, what leadership is from the judiciary side, and then what leadership is from the public or civil service. And maybe just to elaborate a little bit further, we're looking at those thematic areas because we believe all of us here, if you're not in the public service, perhaps you're among politicians or you're a political leader. If you're not a political leader, probably you are in the judiciary or you understand issues of law. But what we want to know is, what is leadership from those facets? And these people are here to help us understand that. And our moderator for the day is Madame Shamim. Shamim, where are you? Shamim is a fellow Chevening scholar, and so she'll also help moderate the conversations, but she'll also tell us more about who she is. Shamim, you're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for allowing us your presence as well. We're very honored for all here. My name is Shamim Ibrahim. I am a Chevening alumni, and I've had the privilege to go through the Chevening one-year program. And based on what our wonderful pastor did say, I think it's important for me to say that Chevening is indeed a leader in this space. We get that from the 7 points that were highlighted. Right, so I would want to introduce the panelist, but I think the panelist is also made up of some lawyers. So to avoid any disclaimer, let's have them introduce themselves. It's working, is it okay?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. My name is Imam Kasozi. They have introduced me as a cleric just because I am Imam of my local mosque. That is the highest rank I have attained in the clericalship. So, by my local mosque. In Mawanga, where I live, on the border of Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. Where Uganda interacts with Kenya and Tanzania is where I live, in Mawanga. And when I introduce myself like that, many people get confused, and they ask, actually where? On the shores of Lake Victoria. Whoever has doubt, I think has now, your mind is clear. So, my occupation is I am a farmer who grows pineapples and improves them. And I always move with my shop. So after here, if you think you want to eat a pineapple that is not raw, is not fresh, you can see me and you give me some money. I will not donate. I will sell it to you. I am a father of five boys and 1 girl, and a husband to 2 women, 2 wives. Because many people are interested in studying. I am not your alumni, but I am an alumni of Makerere University on 2 occasions. Yes, on 2 occasions, and a host of other institutions where I have attended some courses for 6 months, 9 months, either in language or Islamic thought or other things that benefit humanity. I am happy to be in front of you, especially people from the Chevening Alumni and British, because they say, oh, it's a UK thing, British, an admired thing, and they have also told that why their intention, probably when we discuss, we shall see, was the intention good for all of us, or it was purposely for them to manage us. Thank you.
I would like to stand on the protocol as earlier on established. I am Patricia Achano Kiria. I am also not a Chevening, but I have a doctorate in law from the University of Pretoria, a master's in law from the University of Pretoria, a bachelor's law degree from Makerere University, and a diploma in legal practice from the Law Development Center. I am humbled to serve in this government in different spaces, in different positions previously, and I'm currently holding the position of the Deputy Inspector General of Government. But also, like Imam has said, I am also a parent, but married to one husband, and and I'm also so passionate about issues to do with God and my church. I serve in the church, in the Mothers Union. I'm also a musician. I sing with the Anglican Youth Fellowship Choir, and I'm passionate about issues to do with the young people. So when I saw this invitation, I was like, Chevening, I'll surely be there, because I know it's an opportunity to engage and interact with young people and hold a constructive dialogue. So this is the little I can say about myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Allow me to stand on the protocol already observed. My name is Asime Anthony, as introduced earlier. I am the Vice President of the Uganda Law Society, the Radical Nuba, just to be very clear. But you can be sure the tables are safe. Today we are not banging the tables. I hold a bachelor's degree from Makerere University in Law. I also hold a postgraduate diploma in legal practice. I do lecture at the Law Development Center. I love mentoring young lawyers, both at school and in practice, and I've mentored quite a number of them. I'm not an alumni, a Chevening alumni as well, but I do associate with a number of them, and I'm happy to have mentored some of them. I saw Bruna here. She's one of my mentees.
Good morning. If it was his boss, the president, I would have asked to sit somewhere else, because I wouldn't think the tables or myself is safe. But my name is Agatha Taire, and yeah, I think many of the other things are not necessary, but I'm a journalist and a human rights activist. And most importantly, we do work around holding leaders accountable. I work with Agora Center for Research. So we focus on transparency and public accountability. We focus on social justice, human rights, and the rule of law. Thank you very much. I wanted to say I am also glad that the Deputy IGG is here. We have done many things that we have thought they would help us take up. They haven't. We have also invited them to participate in many of our engagements concerning their core work, but they haven't. So I thank Chevening for getting me in the same room with her. I am sure by the time we leave here, we'll have worked out something on how to collaborate. Thank you.
I think this is working. Good afternoon. The Lord is good, and all the time. I have the distinct disadvantage of not having a bachelor's degree, and so I do not have an alumni. Well, I have associated with multiple universities and published variously, academically even, but I was telling the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Cavendish that they should make some provisions for me. I was having this conversation last year because I want to come and acquire some papers. I'm self-taught mostly, and I'm not regretting that. So I'm here because I wear many hats. My name is Angela Izama. Above the street here, there's an organization of ours called Chapter 4 Uganda. It's a civil liberties organization, until recently run by my buddy Nicholas Opio, who was actually invited for this occasion, so I'm standing in for him. He's traveling. I am also here because I am formerly head of faculty for another leadership institution called the Leo Africa Leadership Institute. Someone mentioned that we also have a gathering on May 3rd. It's a very large association now. We are in about 8 countries. Our fellows, until recently, 3 years ago, we introduced something called the Huduma Fellowship, which we designed specifically for young people to continue to take an interest in the public service. And so the things I'll be talking about here are directly related to those two hats that I wear. And I'm glad to be here. I know many members of this alumni association, including some of our fellows at the Leo Africa Institute, and I'm glad to make all your acquaintance here today. I look forward to having this conversation with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To kick off our session, Imam Kasozi said something in terms of whether the British High Commission, the leaders that we are, whether it's to serve them or it's to serve only them. I think that was the word, I can't directly. So allow me officially introduce myself. My name is Chevening Ibrahim. I insist, I am a Chevening alumni and part of the Chevening Association of Uganda. I did study organizational and occupational psychology while in the UK, and I'm back home. And as a leader, the first thing I had to do was actually create impact, which made me go to Karamoja and do a lot of work that involved our youth. So while we do get this education, our main focus is to transform and create that impact in our country, not only for the British High Commission. So having said that, we realized that the youth, acknowledging the 33 mentees that we have had the privilege of mentoring for the couple of weeks now, in terms of supporting them and empowering them and also training them in leadership and governance, they play an important role in the change of our country. So, to the panel discussion, how do you think we can work better to actually involve the youth in mentoring and supporting the leadership and governance structures in Uganda actively?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon once again. I am privileged to be in front of you, but does not mean that I am better than you. The teachers have a say that every person, every teacher, if you go to teach or talk to people, you must first of all believe that there is somebody in the audience better than you. If you don't think so, you could be in trouble. I am just here just because probably they know me or they have heard me. And they say Chevening has been here for 42 years. 42 years, because they say 1983. So it started when I was in year 1 at the university. So I am closer to it. But I just learned of it when Edwin called me and he was inviting me to your space. True, the subject you want to tackle or they want us to talk about is a very interesting subject, very demanding, but very hard to appreciate by anybody, including those involved in. It is talking about governance. To govern who? For what purpose? You see, people are talking about mentoring. They think by gathering people there and taking them through some issues that they have mentored them, you can only mentor a person who is mentable. I think, let me believe, the 33 people you chose are mentable. You will not be frustrated or disgusted that we wasted our time and resources and you see what people are doing. Or what you are talking about, lack of integrity, lack of accountability, lack of honesty, name it, has been talked about, and most of the people are talking about are leaders that have gone through formal education. Formal education. But what do we lack? I think, I don't know whether it was the pastor who talked about, who said something about it. Is our inner self convinced that when we assume responsibility and roles, we should serve others. Fortunately, we are talking in Africa, and in Africa, leaders in Africa, including all of us you see here, we are largely taken over by three things. And these three things are the ones that erode all what you are looking for: ethical, accountability, transparency, good governance, name it. Number one, African leaders fear the people they lead. African leaders, and largely third world, we fear the people we lead. And because we fear them, we cannot be honest. We are lucky we came a bit early. Most of us who use now the road going to my home, if the president was going to pass by, you could have waited for 1 hour in one position, even if you were on foot. The reason is because he is fearing us. If he was not fearing us, he would be free. Fortunately, me, unlike many of you, he came when I was around. By the time he came, I had already finished university. I was around. I saw what he was. I don't know what happened to him today. Thank you, Miriam. So that is step number one. So if we want to be accountable, we want to tell the truth, we want to go through the 7 issues raised by Pastor Julius, okay? We must start by not fearing the people we lead, associate with them freely, work with them, then help them to guide us on what we do. Many of you have good ideas, but you have no opportunity to take them to your leaders so that your leaders can transform the society, which is the objective of this alumni. Number 2, second characteristic. We lie the people we lead. We tell them lies. We create a lot of stories that convince now the survivors, those people who hook around the affluent, the powerful, and they ensure that whoever has the truth he wants to say, he's the bad boy, she is the bad girl. And therefore, we'll have no opportunity to meet the leaders. And consequently, it will be a fallacy to think about accountability when we fear the people we lead. Because when we come to them, we are going to lie to them. 3, we cheat them. We cheat the people we lead. I don't know how many MPs are here. What is saturating today in Uganda is that every MP pocketed 100 million. But nobody has the truth. Because of the lying, the MPs cannot tell the truth. Those of us who are choosing them, we cannot tell the truth. And whoever is assumed to have distributed or brought this man to be given will also not tell the truth. And therefore, when you are in a situation where cheat, and why is the purpose? It is because they want to cheat us without us ever knowing. That's why I think Atwaire has issues. She's raising because she's not comfortable with the way they are dispensing our resources, and to what. That's why somebody will say, are we not ashamed that over 300,000 pupils, did he say 300,000? 700 drop out of school? Okay? At one time, when my father died, 2 years later, I stopped going to school. My father died in 1968, and in 1970, I dropped out of school. If it was not for a good Samaritan somewhere, I would not have the opportunity to sit in front of you this afternoon. And probably those of you who have exaggerated view of me would not have got that opportunity, because I know many people have a lot of exaggerated view about Imam Kasozi.
And that is where we have destroyed our society, whereby we appreciate what people are doing, but we overdo it. And when they hear it, they develop wings. And the next day, they are completely lost. And that's also how I think our president got lost. Because he assumed too many titles at a go. Jaja, Muzeyi, Saha, Savarwani, whatever. And when he looks at all this, then these days, even when he has an important matter to communicate to the country, he's talking about Bazukuru. Then Bazukuru, who is a Muzukuru? And many of you, including old people, have accepted. One time I was bad to him, and I want to say it. I want to say it, because me, I am myself. And when I want to say something, I will say it. And the pastor here said, you must be yourself. So I said one day that, you see, the president reached at a stage when he would have been a grandfather, and he was not, because he had wasted most of his time fighting, and therefore there was no opportunity to have children who would give him grandchildren at an early time. That's why he assumed you, and you all accepted. And today, they are using you to destroy your own country. That is the unfortunate part of it. I will not fear to say it. I will say it because I believe in myself, and I know one of the challenges of Africa, of third world, of weak people, is because we are very weak in participating in shaping the future. I want to applaud Chevening for organizing or for trying to reach out to people, trying to shape them so that the future probably could be bright, not for them, but for all those that are going to live. When I sometimes talk to people, I'm so passionate, and I tell people that, you know, whatever I need in the world, I have received. There is nothing new I see that can really make me think, when I get it, no. Because I have lived for enough years, 66. I have married, I have had children, people have known me, I have traveled, and I have tried to serve people according to my capacity. The last thing I want to say, which is a shame again, they were talking about health. There is a doctor in this country, a surgeon, who served Uganda for 50 years in the medical field. Today he needs $20,000 to replace his bladder, because now he has his urine with him on his outside. But he cannot get. The medical college cannot do it. Mulago Hospital, where he taught, he cannot. Makerere University Medical School, he cannot. And we are passing a basket around, raising funds for him to go for treatment. That's why somebody said, if we are not ashamed of that, I don't know what we shall be ashamed of. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Imam Kasozi. As we go along, we'll get to know whether your reputation is exaggerated or not. Okay. You did, though, mention a very strong point when it comes to fear. And I think while we were doing our mentorship program and having our Twitter spaces, I hope most of you are able to join, there was always a discussion of fear. So, Dr. Patricia, if you can take this. In what ways do you think the political leaders can be held accountable without actually creating political instability in the country?
Thank you very much, our director or moderator for this session. First of all, I would like to begin by appreciating the topic where we're looking at fostering ethical leadership and the role of the political class, civil service, and the judiciary. It's a critical topic at a time such as this. And when you look at governance, it is basically the exercise of people's delegated power to control public affairs. How do we delegate people's power to control public affairs? And then leadership, we're looking at power and authority for purposes of development. And good governance comes in when that power and authority is used in a manner that is ethically acceptable. My neighbor here has raised very critical issues. He has talked about fear, how leaders are lying, but for me, I'm looking at this from a very objective perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, you find that this topic, when you scope the role of the political class, you realize that the political class contributes heavily to it. The political class has a profound influence in setting the tone for ethical leadership. If they are not leaders by example, then what kind of leaders are they? Imam has critiqued and said there is fear, there is lying. But he has also said, done the blame game. But for me, I believe we are at a time where we need action. What solutions are we bringing on the table? Well, we have seen weak leaders, we have seen leaders who fear, we have seen people who lack confidence, we have seen leaders who have compromised, who have been involved. And when you take it back to the topic of ethics, corruption these days happens because of degeneration of these ethical values and principles. My sister and senior Honorable Matembe will share with you her experience also later on. But now for those of us who are at the forefront in the fight against corruption, what are the challenges we are experiencing? Is it time for us to come out and begin lamenting that, oh, we have failed, we cannot do this, we cannot do this? We have to fight on and build resilience and produce results. What impact are we making in the fight against corruption? Lots of the things we do in the IG are not for cameras. But you could have seen a few in cameras. Even the things that happen in parliament that, oh, people have shared money. The other time it was 40 and somebody was brought to us. I said, well, thank you very much. If this 40 million was given as a gift, I'm going to take it from you and put it in the asset recovery fund because this money belongs to the public what? Coffers. And I advised that member of parliament, I said, go back and tell your colleagues if anyone else has received it, tell them to bring it and we put it in the asset recovery fund. Now, if I'm a leader who is cowardly, how would I deal with this? Or if I was a leader who was a thief, I would also pick it and pocket it and eat it up. But we have to put it back because we have a heart for this country. So when you look at the political class, going back to the question, the political class has a profound influence when it comes to setting the tone for ethical leadership. Because politicians are often at the face of governance. When you talk about governance, we are talking about this exercise of people's delegated power to manage public affairs. How are the politicians wielding this power? Are they using this power to build trust among the people they are leading? Or they are leading people deeper into lamentations like my neighbor has just been talking about? Are they able to inspire trust and confidence among the citizens? On the contrary, it's a time such as this when we should think about making a difference. What kind of leaders do we choose? Do we choose leaders? Do we vote for leaders who have confidence? Do we have leaders whom we can trust? Or we're waiting for them to give us salt and give our relatives in the village, handouts, and then later on they gather the votes and go there and misrepresent the people. So what is it that we are choosing? What qualities are we looking for in the leaders we choose? Because they must embody integrity, transparency, and accountability. And this can be achieved, by the way. Rather than us sitting back and lamenting that, oh, we are suffering, we can put our heads to implement that mandate, but are we facilitated or funded enough to implement that mandate fully? You have heard that the government of Uganda is having challenges in the area of finances, challenges here, challenges there. Even in terms of staffing, we have got 16 regional offices. But with the little we have learned to cut our coat according to the cloth. And that is why you see some of us in the regions, in the grassroots areas, taking the presence of face of the inspectorate to the grassroots. Then in terms of public engagement, politicians should actively engage with the public. But do they do so? This engagement does not stop at only attending burials or taking firewood or taking, please, my neighbor, let me finish and I'll give you the microphone again. So, if you're voting for people whom you fear, then what kind of leaders are we entrusting with responsibility? Because the Constitution says power belongs to the people, but are the people enjoying this power? Are the people responsible? Or they're just imposing leaders on them in different constituencies that now so-and-so will be the MP, and it is ring-fenced for that person. But if the decisions are in the hands of the people, then the people must be equipped with skills. The people must be equipped with knowledge to be able to demand for accountability from the people they are putting in those positions of responsibility. Public engagements. The public must be engaged at all times. We must build trust and help them to be responsive to the needs and concerns of their constituents. Personally, here in the countryside, I have what they call the community monitoring groups under the projects. And these are people in villages, in refugee hosting communities. They're the ones who go and monitor government projects and programs and raise the red flag just in case there is a problem, and it helps us swing into action. So when you look at the politicians, they actually play a significant role when it comes to issues to do with fostering ethical leadership. They play a significant role, but unfortunately, most of them are doing the opposite. Like the pastor was talking about, Pastor Julius Rotlonyo. He said, when you get power, it's not about the arrival. Leadership is about service. Leadership is about coming down to the people. Leadership is about integrity. Someone said, I wrote a book. I wrote a book about the touch of humility. Are you able to serve the people with humility? Are you able to impact their lives positively? Or you have arrived and you're somewhere and they see you pass somewhere. You don't get close to the people. So leadership is about serving with humility and making impact on people's lives. And I believe the political party, the political class, has a very significant role to play, especially when it comes to fostering ethical leadership. Personally, I would be very happy if I saw a number of them invited here also, because I believe they can offer mentorship. Those who are leaders by example can offer mentorship and a good example to the young people, so that they can grow into responsible leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Patricia. Agatha, here is a chance to actually, like they said, help the Dr. Patricia not to sweat anymore. So my question to you is, what are the essential ingredients do you think good leadership and governance in Uganda looks like today, or needs?
Okay, the ideal or the reality of Uganda today?
I think we need the reality.
Okay. So I think the figures about corruption in this country stand at 10 trillion shillings a year, that we lose in corruption every year. And when we are doing the work we are doing about corruption, what we do is, because, well, corruption has been talked about since time immemorial. It was, I think, number 7 of the 10-point program. If Honorable Miriam Matembe could remind me, as one of the first ethics minister, I am sure she has the figures of the first years of NRM. So one of the things the NRM came to do was to fight corruption. Now, when you look at how it has evolved, I do not think that you can even say it's 1,000 times more than it was before NRM came. You had the bonanzas during the privatization, restructuring of the 1990s, and people getting government entities that give away price. No one, gave any accountability for that. No one was held accountable for that. Mostly those were, some of them are the politicians that have been here, that have made the most money. But for me, I think I will start with what the NRM said it was putting in place to combat it. And the IGG, the Inspectorate of Government, was one of those. Now, Dr. Patricia here talked about their, what's the word? Their sort of hindrances, and one of them, or limitations, one of them being, are they facilitated? And I've heard them say that most of the time. But I've had only one IGG we've had who said the actual truth of their limitations. I think it must have been the IGG just before the current one. Muriagonja, I think, Justice Muriagonja, who talked about the thieves hiding behind Museveni. And that's the actual limitation. If they were to tell the truth, that's the actual limitation, that in this country, you put in place institutions, but you don't allow them work. And then you put there people that will not do what you don't want them to do. It does not matter what the law says. So recently, going back to what Justice Muriagonjo said, recently the current IGG Betty Kamya proposed a lifestyle audit. And it was in front of President Museveni, and he said, no, you cannot do that. You're going to scare them from here. They will steal and go and invest outside Uganda. They still invest outside Uganda, because if they invested in this country, and we've had some people make those arguments that we get back, I think Andrew Mwenda is the one that has made it, that they invest here in what? Look at our schools. Look at our hospitals. So what we've been doing at Agora is that maybe the opposition, the civil society have talked about corruption every day. It's like a song in this country because everyone knows it happens. But do the people actually know the implications? Do the people know that when 10 trillion shillings is stolen each year, it's why you have people dying in Chitezi? There were more than 200 people that died. Are we looking at the human cost of corruption? Are we looking at people who die, the women who die because there was no doctor to attend to them? The last time I checked, it was 16 women a day. And those are all needless deaths. Are we looking at, recently, the floods took how many? 17? Yeah, so I think for me, lastly, I will say that responding to the previous speakers, some of the points I picked out. I think Imam Kasozi is the one who talked about us not knowing the truth about what the members of parliament are taking. And that's on top of the big salaries and allowances they are taking. Every year, every time there's every financial year, they take more. The bonus is on top of that, more than twice. So every time there's a supplementary budget, there's going to be something given to the MPs. So this parliament, which is the 11th parliament, this is its 4th year. There was the first 40 million shillings that was given to each of them during the passing of a supplementary budget in 2022. And Dr. Patricia talked about that. And one MP, just one out of the 500 and... Well, 200 for vehicles, we have accepted it. It's, it has been passed and allocated to them as that. And they are the ones that are given the power to allocate. But let's go to where they are not supposed, because if one of your roles is appropriation, why are you being given more money to appropriate? So this 40 million, MP Kagabo comes and says, I received this money. And goes to his leader of opposition, and the leader of opposition denies it. Goes to the IGG, and you've heard Dr. Patricia say, we said, bring it and we put it in the Assets Recovery Fund. And she wants us to clap and say, you guys did not steal it. You took it to the Assets Recovery Fund. But did you follow up to collect from the other 526 MPs? Or you waited for the Amase to be like Kagabo? And Kagabo, by the way, because of that, never returned anymore. Because after that, he doesn't return because he saw what happened. It almost cost him. Maybe it did. He has been quiet since then, and he has since changed parties. But so, what did the IGG do to follow up on that case, to make sure that the other 526 who did not voluntarily bring it back, like Kagabo, bring it back? We made it. We thought we were making that work easier for the IGG when we led the parliamentary exhibition. We put out receipts, everything, and we wrote to the IGG. Nothing has been done. I think later there was a clearance. I think the IGG said that the Auditor General is working on it. No, there is a reason the IG is in place and the Auditor General. When she talks about accountability mechanisms, we must be the country with the highest number of accountability institutions in this country, and a legal framework that enables them. You have the PPDA, you have the IG, you have now anti-corruption state house unit, you have an anti-corruption court that was put in place for that. What other mechanisms are we waiting to have? So when we did that, we wrote to them, we said, can we have this, and can you guys take this on? And first it was that the Auditor General is working on it and they don't want to clash. Second, I think there was a clearance of, there was nothing wrong. The 100 million that was taken the other day, what happens now is that the person giving it out will not call people that will give them away. So you know that even the 20 million during COVID time, I think that time the speaker was Kadaga, there's a time they gave each MP 20 million, and 2 MPs took Parliament to court and said, this is illegal. Those MPs, those ones can't be called now to be given that money. So they have singled out the ones that will bring us problems, go to the press, go to social media, and they don't give it to them. But we still get to know. The person that gave that money, apparently President Museveni, because that money was under classified budget of State House. I wrote about it before they gave it to them. He has not denied. We saw one of his advisors, Wanyoto, saying, Muzai gave it to them so that let me first handle these ones before that. So it's not a lie. It's not that we don't have the truth. They want to hide it, but the truth is there. And the IGG does not care. That office does not care to follow up that truth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Agatha. I think the most important thing I did pick up from you is that we have the highest number of accountability institutions. And with the youth here, we've had a lot of challenges expressed by our speakers, but we do love our country very much. And that's why we sit here and we try to mentor the next leaders of this future. So, Mr. Izama, if you could briefly tell us, what gives you the hope that Uganda can build these institutions to actually create the transparency, the accountability, and serve people for the interest of the people?
It's very difficult to be hopeful with what you've just heard. But as I said earlier, on May 3rd, I have to go in the morning and address something similar like this, a leadership convening of our various leadership fellows. Now, I am notorious for being optimistic. And on my way here, I had written down, what I thought would be a good place to start, especially with the Chevening Fellows, your Alumni Association, but particularly the mentorship program that you're operating. And I want to say that, after what I've just heard, I'm really struggling to be optimistic. But I'll say this. One, the place to start is to take some personal responsibility. I think this is what's important for everyone. The place to start is take some personal responsibility. you know, we don't know what's going to happen in the next 40 years. And Uganda is going to be obviously a very different place. We can project what that is going to look like. You have now a country of about 47 million people. Our urban population is growing at one of the highest rates in the world. I think by 2040, we shall have 22.5 million people living in urban centers. Now, you just think about, for those of you who are coming into leadership or who want to serve, you think about the sheer responsibility that will come with. You remember just coming into this hotel, just the chaos outside. You know, now you project another 20 years. You just think about the kind of environment we are living. So let's take some personal responsibility, because nothing will change, even these values we're talking about, unless we practice them, we take them seriously. In the last 2 years, the word that has given me comfort about African youth and across the continent actually is derived from Rwanda. I love Kigali, of course, and I love Rwanda itself as a project of success. But the national motto, I guess, for Rwanda is the word agaciro. Agaciro in Rwanda means self-manifesting dignity. That everything you do, what you choose to learn, how you treat yourself, how you treat your neighbor, all of that sense of the value of yourself, regardless of whether you're poor or rich, that I think, outside of what the ANC did for us with the fight against apartheid, this idea that we should manifest our own dignity as Africans, I think that gives me comfort. But anyway, back to how I thought I would address this question, moderator. I think that the term we're looking for today in Uganda and across Africa is just the term fragility. We are fragile. Okay? How do we understand that? First, as I said about the demographic changes, change is inevitable. Change will always happen, whether we like it or not. Okay? So the first thing we should do as a knowledge community is accept that change is inevitable. That's just a fact. Our demography is going to change. Obviously, our environment is changing faster than we can catch up with it. And you guys are all well educated, so I don't have to reel out the statistics for you. It is shocking. I think forest cover in Uganda shrunk. Now it's 9% of what it was in the 1940s. That's a fact. That's change. Technology is changing. And that is inevitable. My colleague Agatha gave the figure for corruption as being 10 trillion shillings a year. But that's just 4 trillion shillings shy of what Ugandans bet in sports betting. And that's a fact. Like the end of last year, Ugandans bet 6.5 trillion shillings. Okay? Now let that sit with you for a second. Both, you could say, are just streams of income and loss. So technology is changing. The reason why betting is so effective is because everything sits on the mobile phone these days. Okay? And ideas are also changing. In the 1950s, at least I studied African nationalism in secondary school. The sense of who Africans were defined by who we're struggling against. So it was clear, and I interviewed Professor Mazuri, rest in peace, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, and Mamdani himself, and a couple of other Ugandan professors. I said, why did it appear that Africans in the 40s and 50s had a clear sense of purpose. Well, they were dealing with one enemy across the continent. Can you say today how you will define your sense of purpose? How many enemies are we dealing with? Okay? Many of them now find us here on the phone. Our sense of identity is changing. So that's something you should refer to. That all of those things I'm referring to is what I call our sense of fragility. I know you can talk about it in various ways, but I don't want to lie to you. If you're going to get into leadership, that is the scale of what we're dealing with. I want to paint another picture. You know, today, if you go around our neighborhoods in Kampala, you'll find people speaking, it's like Babylon, like many languages, you know? There are Eritreans amongst us, Sudanese, our brothers from the Horn of Africa, South Africans, Nigerians. We're a nation of nations. Normally it's a positive thing. But we can sit here and talk about how terrible even political corruption is. But have you taken a look at the neighborhood? What's going on in Sudan? Now, Imam Kasori says we were here when these guys came along. But I also remember growing up here in Bugolobi. This place actually here was just a swamp. And our experience of growing up was bullets, dead bodies, okay, and chaos. We lost relatives. You wake up in the morning, you had an uncle, tomorrow he's dead. You don't know where he is, okay? Some of that, now we just read in the newspapers. Look at the chaos in Sudan, you know? Both Sudans, then DRC. Burundi is almost a failed state. Kenya here, they have barely survived a crisis of their own, and Tanzania is going through extreme turmoil. Even with the scale of political corruption in Uganda, you guys are sitting on an island of stability, and I think you should face up to why. Okay, I leave that to those of you who are the future leaders. And just to conclude about fragility is what is going to be our response, right? So here's my rough sketch of how I think we can respond. The first thing is, of course, here in the room, because fragility does require a firmament of strong human capital. I think the architecture is here. We are educated, more educated than any other Ugandan generation. I think you've got the tools, but at some point, it's going to be in rooms like this that we fashion that human capital to respond in practical, sensible ways to the risks that we face. Second, what my colleagues have been talking about here is we have to redesign our public institutions. Why, in the name of Christ, do you have 1.5 million electable positions in a country this size? Why? Do you know that if you go to the Electoral Commission here and say, if we were to elect every person who's permitted by law, those are 1.7 million people. More than 6 times the civil service, including the military in there. Now, why do you have such a top-heavy political establishment? You're not building a leadership class. That is just an affluent class. And we have to think about what public institutions are deserving for the future. Then, I know, because Honorable Matemba and I are also an alumni of a fellowship program, I don't know if she remembers, called the Reagan Facel Democracy Fellowship. So, when you look around the world today, you realize that ethical and human bonds are the main assault of the culture wars. At some point, Chevening alumni here, you have to think about asserting your own sense of values in this world that we occupy, and we share that with the rest of the world. Because I look around, I look at the chaos. If we can't recognize ourselves in that world, we cannot lead, either there or here at home. So we have to also think about what kind of ethical and human bonds we want to share with the rest of the world. And you Africans, you're privileged because this is the home of humanity. So the responsibility on you is to really do more to bring the rest of the world to heal. So, finally, I'll leave these tasks maybe to the leadership class here. First, important for us to continuously update our knowledge. The world is not standing still. That's how we're going to respond to fragility. Second, and seriously, we have to acknowledge our values and be bold about those values. And finally, we have to embrace forms of organization that work. And for that, I congratulate the Alumni Association for what they are doing in bringing all of you together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a resounding message here. There's a change. And I think the pastor put it very well when we were talking about agility. In a space that is changing, there is need for agility. So, Mr. Anthony Asimwe, when you talk about ethical and integrity and accountability in leadership and governance, how does that look like in practice for you?
All right, thank you. He's reminding me about banging the table, and it resonates with agility. I think the pastor talked about on how to push things, because you notice if we keep doing things the same way, we will keep getting the same results. And while Pastor was speaking, he talked about, I think, the generations, the various generations. You called him a cleric. He talked about how people keep referring to years back when I was little, and now we have a president who calls us Vazukul and reminds us of 1940s and 70s, when some of us were not even, thought about. And you realize that the population we have right now, I think over 80% have no idea when you begin talking about those things. Now, one thing we need to acknowledge is that the best form of leadership is leading by example. Whereas we see those people have been there before us, we learn from them, we pick from them. I happen to be a teacher. Now, it's not enough to come here and speak about all the good things, but when what you're doing is completely different. So I believe the example we put across, the way we lead is what other people will pick from. Yesterday I was listening to I was focusing on our leadership in the judiciary and the impact it has on, on the judiciary. I looked on leadership and governance when I saw the topic. And I listened to our Chief Justice when he was making a speech saying that they should change the age limit for the retirement of judges from 70 and increase it further, because he's supposed to be retiring next year in January. And it reminded me of a discussion we had from the head of state, where we had to change the age limit for presidential term limits. So then I thought, should I blame this man or I shouldn't? And guess who presided over making sure that passes? It was the same thing. We had to go through a court system, and these are the people who passed that. So I think it's not enough to talk about these principles when we cannot actually live the talk. You talked about integrity. It should really be, these are things Pastor talked about, an individual heart. But again, there's a saying here I've heard in Uganda that in Uganda, tuswaza. There are certain things we do, even at the level we are at, and realize it is, shameful. So we don't get embarrassed anymore by doing certain things. But we do things that are embarrassing. We also don't get embarrassed. Now, what messages are we sending? I'll also give an example of the institutions. I have proper institutional breakdown here, where the people will look up to. I'll still again talk about the judiciary, but this goes back to other areas of leadership. We've seen, she's been talking about corruption. Everyone has talked about corruption, lack of accountability, and the things people do in leadership. But the unfortunate thing is, the unfortunate reality in Uganda is, the people have been pointed out to be corrupt. People have been pointed out to be incompetent. People have been pointed out to do the worst or the most heinous of these, crimes. And the same people are rewarded by promotions, by being put in other places. So as a young person, as a young leader, what message should I get? That means I have to know that for me to be promoted, I also have to be corrupt. I also have to do this, because if you try to do the opposite, if you try to come out and fight for the truth, or if you try to challenge, then for you're going to remain down. I'll give an example in our judiciary. The judges who have made the biggest, the best judgments, the most competent of the judges, they don't get promotions. They don't. When they're making transfers, they are transferred to the most, the farthest, remote areas. But all of us know, you read their judgments, and you feel this man should actually be at the Court of Appeal. And which people are taken there? What is the procedure? And what, again, message are we sending? What message are we sending to the people below? Then I'll also talk about humility. A few days ago, we were commemorating the Pope. And someone gave a very interesting scenario. Of course, the life of the Pope and how he lived a modest life, much as he's the most powerful leader. And he talked about when you're in power, you want to be, any position of leadership you get in Uganda, you're a big person. He talked about how the roads are blocked, when people are passing, a particular person is passing. You see the convoys that are passing around, splashing water, when even we know where the money for those roads has gone. And I was reflecting. Then this person gave an example, a very interesting one, that the leaders we have today lack humility, to the extent that if, for example, they said that if you're a leader, when you die, you'll be buried at Kololo here, that some of our leaders will actually commit suicide so that they can die very fast and get a plot before the plots are actually finished. And this was, reflecting on the Pope who said, no, I don't want to be buried at there, but secondly, be buried at a humble chapel. Now, what does this show us? It shows that our leaders are very selfish, most of them. They never think of the future. They never think of, we talk of, we are promoting, we are in leadership, serving the people, but are not serving the people. Most of them are serving their own interests. And that's the seed we are planting. Because, like I said earlier at the beginning, it should be, people should they should look at us and see what we are doing, but not what we are telling them to do. You cannot be telling someone, a young child who is before you, that please, you're not supposed to promote corruption. And then at the end of the day, it is you who is, the child realizes you're actually doing that. They'll do the same. And we shall be going through the same cycle. The same cycle, and it will not make any difference. Now, for me, as I conclude, what I'll leave for the young leaders, because I should say the generation before us, I wouldn't like to generalize, but most of it has disappointed us. In a way of, we have nothing good that we've learned from them. Even those ones who have done a few good things are spoiled at the end of the day because of what they've done. They've spoiled the few good things they've done because, you've seen the promises. Someone has promised ABCD in the first term, they've done something good, but then as time goes on, they spoil everything. So now we have nothing to look up to. But what I'd leave for the young leaders, and I thank this kind of arrangement and Chevening in a way of mentorship. We now need to begin reflecting as individuals and have purpose. For those who read Miles Monroe in his book, he said the biggest tragedy is not death. The biggest tragedy on earth is not death, but rather living a life without purpose. I want to imagine that most of these people who do some of the things absolutely have no purpose in life. They don't really care what happens. And really that is what I would leave for the young leaders to pick from. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Leading by practice, that I think is a very important message. And there's also an aspect about self-reflection. So as we wind up, I'll give a chance to our panelists in about 1 or 2 minutes to answer a very important question. I think this is the most important question of all. And I'd just like to acknowledge Honorable Matemba, who is also a Chevening alumni as well. When the pastor came here, he mentioned integrity as, I think it was a 6th point, and everyone mentioned her name. So when we think about that, and also when you think about yourselves in this position as leaders, what is that impact or legacy that you want to leave behind? In 1 or 2 minutes, I would start at my extreme right.
That's a difficult question, eh? The lesson I've taken from this panel and with all of you today is the power of example, like he said. So I have children, but also I'm a member of a big community of friends, fellow collaborators, people we serve. And I think the power of example, hopefully, whether or not I'm remembered 100 years from now, would be something that I leave behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is the question about the power of example, please?
When we think about leadership and self-reflection, you are a leader in your space. What is that legacy that you want to leave behind yourself?
Well, so many of the things that Anthony mentioned here make it hard for Ugandans, maybe especially young people, to aspire to be people of integrity, because you have this thing that it doesn't pay the bills, right? When you go to your workplace and you want things to go right, you're the one who is, you are the one who is going to be sidelined. And like you said, you will probably never get promoted, because in this country, merit is now by chance. It's like the exception, not the norm. But so it makes it difficult, and I realize it. And I've seen people criticize the work we do, saying that we pick on individuals and we're not looking at the system. We're not looking at the system that puts judges that are cadre judges who are therefore going to do things that we do not, I really a stark opposite of the law. But I've said this to many of those people before. And Angela, I think, talked about individual responsibility. At what point are you going to take responsibility for your actions and not to the system? At what point are you going, how are you going to come and give an excuse that you sent people to jail? We have political prisoners that have been in jail for 4 years, 5, that you send people to jail because of a promotion. How does that sit with you? How do you go back home and sleep and say that, as Warred isn't going to be promoted, so I sent people that couldn't sit. The other day, police, the army beat up NUP supporters as they were campaigning in Kawempe. And I was shocked. I went to see them at the police station at 9 p.m. after one was even rumored dead. And the police officer said, no, we have them here. They are in our custody. I said, so one had collapsed. They said, we gave them painkillers. Like, you are a police officer saying you have someone that even fell unconscious in custody, someone who should be in hospital. Now, my shock was the next day, they appeared before a judicial officer. They couldn't sit. They fainted in court. The judicial officer remanded them to Luzira. And now that judicial officer wants us to say, no, the system is bad, she wouldn't have been promoted, or he wouldn't have been promoted. So I think individual responsibility, but also what sits well with you, but empathy. The central nervous system that DFK Mpanga has spoken about, feeling each other's pain, is what we don't have in this country at all. You are only bothered by what's happening if it concerns you, if it concerns your child, if it concerns your friend. When I started out in activism, the question was, but who does Agatha work for? Because we are a society that is not used to working for our country, for our community, for people. We are concerned about a promotion, and it doesn't matter if that promotion comes at the cost of liberty or even life. So I think it starts with us young people, and I'm so glad that Angelo spoke about these other things. We might focus on the political side, but what about us in wherever spaces we are occupying? What are we doing? So I think we need to lead by example as young people in whatever roles. We don't have to be political leaders to do something different. Thank you. Oh, no, oh. I think I answered that in saying that I have been asked so many times who I work for, because people have seen me put my life on the line for people that I don't even know. For Olivia Altaya, that I didn't know, she was in jail for 4 years as a political prisoner, fighting for corruption. When we were doing the parliament exhibition, everyone always called, "Are you alive? Are you okay?" Because, you know, we know how this country is like. So I think for me, I'll be remembered for, you know, the most important thing is, yes, that's it. That when I'm asked, but you will leave your children with no mother, and I say, I love my children, but they are not the only children. There are other children. Olivia has children who is in jail, and Yasin or Eddie Mutwe. So for me, I think that's what I will be remembered for, and that's what I'd love to be, not being selfish, caring about other people's pain and feeling it and acting to make sure I make a contribution to easing that pain or change for the better country that we are all, you know, looking forward to.
Thank you very much. Honorable Matemba, I think she was saying sacrificial, so we take that as well. Thank you very much. Asimwe?
All right, thank you very much. It's such an interesting question, because every time I speak to the young lawyers and other people, that's the question I ask them. I ask them, what do you want to be remembered for? Or once you're gone, what will you be remembered for? Because you shouldn't live a life, you know, where you don't create any impact. And I'm a leader, personally, and I believe in exemplary leadership. I believe, if you notice the trend we've taken, the R&B, actually, I had Vision 2060. We have R&B Vision 2060. Uganda is 2040, we have 2060. That is a discussion for another day. And there's a reason that's why we set it like that. It's for the young people. No shall not be there, but we begin now, and the rest will find it. We may not benefit from it. But the most important thing for me is integrity and standing for the truth. Our mode of working, people misunderstand the bang the table notion. The bang the table notion is, we speak it to your face. If you're the problem, we say you're the problem. Hate me or like me, but I've told you the truth. So I believe what I want to be remembered for as a person, the legacy I want to leave for the ULS and for the, you know, the general public is standing for the truth and standing your ground. Do not be shaken, because usually when you're doing this, when you're doing the work that people don't want to venture into, you get so many threats, you get so many phone calls, you get so many questions of, yo, Fachi, you get so many. Those things come, we receive them. But what is most important is, do you stand your ground? Can you stand for that truth and defend it as long as it's what you believe in? And that is what I would like, or what I would love to see every young leader pick. Because if we do not take it that direction, we shall be the same as the ones we've always seen. You begin giving an excuse of, you know, I digressed because so-and-so told me this, or because I was approached by such a person. And that goes back to what we talked about, integrity and humility.
A clown of, yeah. Thank you very much.
When I was coming here this morning, I knew we were going to have a very balanced panel with some government representatives. But fortunately or unfortunately, I am the only one here. But in future, it's important to it's important to have a balanced panel so that you get to learn the experiences of those who are serving. Because when you look at the judiciary, when you look at the people who are active in government, when you look at the role of the political class, or even the security, I think they would be having very good lessons, and they would share their experiences. And I'm not saying that because there are no people. No, they would come. I think they would come because there are people of integrity in those spaces as well. Now, before I talk about the legacy or something I would like to be remembered for, you realize that I've been the one who has been punched most, I've been the one who has been injured most, because I am the only one who is serving government here. Things have been said about my institution that we do not care or to follow up the truth and so on. But the truth is, we have interfaced with Agora. Agora has made complaints to us. Agora has tried to follow up. Agora has brought issues, real issues, to the Inspectorate of Government. And we've taken action on some of them. There is one I would like to note, the case involving the Parliamentary Commission, you will recall. And my former lecturer, who is a member of Agora, he's called Philip Karugaba, actually approached me, and I said, well, I think it's important that you interface with my principal as well. He brought an issue and said, no, why don't you people prosecute this matter? But when I looked at the issue, it was already a subject of court decision. So we could not come in. And the law says we cannot handle issues that are subject of court decisions. And something that is pending before court, as the inspectorate, we don't. And then also the kind of evidence. We are encouraging people to whistleblow, to bring cases to us. But the kind of evidence, we do not take rumors to court. The quality of evidence, because if I'm the prosecutor, this matter must be prosecuted beyond reasonable doubt. Now, if you bring Wolokoso, how do I present it to court? That evidence has got to be corroborated. If the lawyers here, you know about corroboration. The evidence has got to be corroborated. The matter has got to be prosecutable. We've got to obtain a conviction at the end of the day. But if you bring a weak matter, then it's going to be subject to appeals, and then they're going to challenge the institution, and then it has financial implications as well. But nevertheless, amidst the criticism, and we take these positive criticisms because there are aspects where we've got to improve. Take it positively, in good faith, because we've got to promote partnership and strategic alliances with the civil society members in order to improve and strengthen even our work. So when positive criticism comes to the institution, it is very, very healthy. But it is not that we don't care to follow up these issues. We actually do follow up. And then we also continue to monitor government projects. We do on-spot checks to assess the level of service delivery. You may have seen us in the countryside visiting hospitals and bringing up these issues of theft of drugs and so on. We have poked holes on issues to do with district service commissions because we want to see a change. What I would like to be remembered for me, I would like to be remembered as a leader who has touched the lives of young people and advocated for the integrity campaign so that the young people can come up as future leaders. Because today I'm a leader, tomorrow I'll not be in that same position. So it is for a time such as this. If I don't have significant impact now in the lives of people, then when will I have that impact? So for me, I believe I'm in the position I'm holding, just like Esther in the Bible, for a time such as this. So it is this time for me to act. That's what I'm saying. Let's move out of these lamentations. Let's think about action. Can we deliver, like my sister is talking about? Can we have significant impact in the different spaces we find ourselves in? That is what I would like to be remembered for. Thank you.
Dr. Patricia, I think your presence here is a true reflection of the legacy that you truly want to leave behind. And as the CAAU president has said, we did invite, and yeah, maybe it's fear. Those are not my words, but yes. So Imam Kasozi, in about 2 minutes, please tell us the legacy you want to leave behind.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank my fellow panelists for trying to highlight the future of this country and what we think we can do to make this place better. As I earlier echoed, person as a person, what I think I want or I wanted, I have achieved. But my grandchildren, and the younger people that are here, who are just in the early morning of their life, if things may continue to go the way they are, what is it that they will meet? As they said, that I am an imam. One of the most interesting verses of the Quran that I like is, okay, maybe before it,
what I wanted to help my sister here, that she should not lose heart because she's one and others. We are all different. And we have been brought in this space depending on the different spaces we are in. You should not be here to represent government, much as you are working for it. We should be here to present or represent what we think is valuable for our society, for our future. That's what I think is key. The examples that several people have brought from Enzema across to Asimwe, you yourself, and probably me, the Quran says that such examples are brought out for mankind so that it can contemplate. And in the language of the Quran, it says, وَتِلْكَ الْأَمْثَالُ نَضْرُبَهَا لِلنَّاسِ لَعَلَّهُمْ يَتَفَكَّرُونَ. The purpose why all this is being raised is to help those who are concerned to make a reflection, to think critically, because everybody thinks, but very few think critically. To think critically what ought to be done if we want to see a better future. So, how does it come? God says he will never change a state of any people until the people change their mindset. It is time for us to change our mindset irrespective of where we are. If I asked, what should you be remembered for, Imam Kasozi? I should be remembered for standing for what I have said. What I have said. All the spaces I am, if I say something and you feel it hurts your institution because of the other bigger person, the bigger pig, you call government, even if they take you to court, just invite me. If I said it, I will stand for it. So I want people to remember that when I say something, I have said it and I will stand for it without twisting my mind. Why? Because I don't dream when I'm talking. I don't dream. And whatever I say, I have said for a purpose. Just lastly, recently I was giving a sermon at my mosque. And the president was passing at the time of Juma. Then some people who had come for prayers had parked their vehicles along the road. The security personnel wanted the vehicles removed. And they came, actually they wanted to come, I think, to walk up to the pulpit. Fortunately, somebody who found them handled them well, and he came to me, which was a surprise, because whenever we don't. So this man comes and says, you know, that you tell the people to go and remove the vehicles. I said, in prayer? I said, I don't know how to say this one. But I said, fortunately they were hearing. I told them, please, go and tell the president that he should stop fearing the people he leads. We are part of them. And secondly, I am going to pray for him to pass here peacefully. And he will pass. And he will pass. When I finished Juma, people said, why do you say this? So if we want to change, if somebody says something critically important, if Atuhaire comes out with what she has investigated, please don't call her to say, oh, don't speak in public. Now, why is she saying this? Because the moment the others hear you say, why is she doing this? They will have the courage to go and victimize her. But when you keep quiet, because they also keep saying, guessing. Why have the people kept quiet? So do not support people doing wrong by criticizing people who have said the truth, because, but the problem why we say it, you know it? We are all, those of you who have traveled, if a flight has ever left you and you are in transit, whenever they say that another flight is coming, you will be the very first to stand up because you think. So the majority of Ugandans, largely, those who are looking for promotion that are not real, what Asim has talked about, they are in transit. waiting for the next flight, because either they want to be promoted, they want to achieve some position, they want to go to parliament, they want to be ministers, and all those don't help. So we should be remembered for what we say, and we should stand for it if we have said it. That's what I want people to remember me for. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much again to our distinguished panelists. And I think just looking at the panelists in front of us, it's important to also realize that governance and leadership is not a one-party institution, or is not a one-actor institution player. So in that case, it's a collective responsibility and a duty for all of us. So we want to open up the floor. We'll take about 3 questions to our panelists before we go for lunch. I see more than 3. Edwin, there's Edwin there as well. It's very good that our mentees are very actively listening. That's a very clear sign of leadership already.
Good afternoon to all the panelists. So I would like to express my admiration for Imam Kasozi. I've always been seeing you in the NBS Breeze debating, and I'm a huge fan. But to the panelists, most of you have been ridiculing the current government and our political leaders. So I'm going to reiterate a point I shared yesterday in our mentorship talks, that I'm a born-again Christian, and in the Bible we believe that all leadership comes from God. But there's a notion that we have that politics is a very dirty game. I don't believe anything dirty can come from God. That is why I say that leadership comes from God, politics is man-made. So we can't take away the fact that when a person enters politics, he has to learn the game, which is dirty. So we are all here, all the leaders that were there, they were debating utopian views, apart from the IGG, who was stating facts to me. You are saying that this is what leaders should do, you need to be transparent in this home. But my question that I have to you, that is one, if at all you were in the same position, would you practice these same ethical standards that you're holding these leaders accountable to? Or you will enter the system and play the game for what it is? I would like to share another quote from the story of Napoleon. Napoleon Bonaparte is another person who I hold in high regard. It says, people are driven by misery into revolution and brought back to misery by revolution. That is the story, the origin story of the NRM government, and I believe we are at the point whereby we are being driven back to misery by the revolution that brought us there from the first place. So if at all we ridicule such a system, and we know that we are just part of a cycle, that even if the next leaders come in, the same might happen. So how are you? Let's not debate utopian things that on paper might sound right, but in practicality might not work. That is my question.
Thank you
Open
very much.
to anyone.
Thank you very much, Matovu. I will have Dr. Patricia answer that, but we can take the second question. Edwin?
Just to emphasize, because of time, let's stick to the questions a little bit fast so that we can allow other people to make contributions. Thank you.
Thank you, Edwin. Thank you, panelists, for very good discussion. Edison, 2SJ, Chevening Alumni, Almata University of London. First of all, I want to thank the organizers of this mentorship who gave me an opportunity to speak. Actually, the first session, which was about discipline and leadership. And in my talk, I emphasized the theme that is coming through this conversation. We are talking about ethics, we are talking about accountability, integrity. But I'm happy that I was able to speak to the mentees that without discipline, there is no leadership. And discipline stems from the heart. It's from the heart that you have disciplined thinking, disciplined words, and disciplined action. But because of the lust of the eyes, the lust of the flesh, that's the desire, the greed that is riding us. Our hearts are sick, and therefore our thoughts are not disciplined, and therefore we cannot speak disciplined words, and our actions are not disciplined. That was the conversation I had with these people, and I'm happy the pastor spoke to that, and we had it through this conversation. My question is about, we are talking about power belongs to the people. And the people actually delegate the power for leaders and governance. That's the public service and the political class. But from this conversation, it seems the power has been hijacked from people. But the institutions do not have power. As we can hear, the parliament has no power, the cabinet has no power, the judiciary has no power. So where is that power? Who has that power to hold our leaders accountable? And how can this be the power brought back to the people? I would have loved Izama to respond to that, but he has moved out. Izama and Asimwe. So Patricia, rather the deputy IGG, and Asimwe, you would speak to that question. Where is the power, and how can that power be brought back to people? Thank you.
I think due to time constraints, I shall let Dr. Patricia still answer that, if that's okay.
Okay, thank you very much. I will attempt to respond to the question. Somebody asked, if at all you were in the same position, would you still be able to practice these ethical principles? Would you be speaking the same? Would you be demonstrating what you have been telling us here? Well, talking about my journey, I already told you that I served in different government positions. The only experience I had in the civil society, with the civil society, was when I was a volunteer with FIDA Uganda, the Federation of Women Lawyers in Uganda. But later on, my first job was with Uganda Human Rights Commission as a volunteer, and I chose to serve with discipline, determination, hard work, and the fear of the Lord. The fear of the Lord was core because the Bible teaches us Christian principles and values to stand for. And the same Bible says the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. So I clung to that, and he gave me this discipline to work with integrity. And I was able to rise through the different ranks in the commission. And then later on, I was appointed at the Directorate for Ethics and Integrity as a principal legal officer. Still, I went with the same principles. I chose hard work, determination, discipline, the fear of the Lord. I delivered results, and my results could be seen. I was involved in drafting the anti-corruption laws we talk about, the Anti-Corruption Act, Leadership Code Act amendment, and so on and so forth. So I saw my tangible outputs being talked about, and it's those outputs that made me later on even headhunted and taken to the Ministry of Works and Transport as policy and legal advisor. So I worked in the Ministry of Works as policy and legal advisor for about 2.5 years or close to 3 years when I was appointed to go back to the Uganda Human Rights Commission to serve as commission member in the commission, and I barely made 2 years and I was appointed in the current position I hold. But friends, why am I telling you all this? Humility can take you to different levels. Even right now in my current position, I still go down and work with I'm able to come down and speak to you here. I still go down to the grassroots and interface with people. I am engaged with different universities, different students. At the moment, I'm a patron of the Acholi Students' Union. And then you ask, what are you doing there? I am mentoring them, I am inspiring them and talking to them. So when you walk the talk, you make a significant impact on the life of people. When you choose to stand by your values and principles, if they hate you, let them hate you. Come and buy. But stand for the truthfulness you believe in. Stand for the true values and choose to do leadership by example. Because if you're a leader, it's not about a rivalism. It's about service and service to the people. The second question was about power belongs to the people. That power has been hijacked. Why are we saying it has been hijacked? Is it we who have failed, or some other people have failed us? What is it that we can do as the people if the Constitution is saying power belongs to us? Can't we act and do something? Can't we bring it out? Well, but if things are being addressed that way, they have been arrested, they have been taken to court, they have been denied bail, they have been done, but you can have a conversation about these things. You can have a conversation and come up with solutions to this. While I was in the Uganda Human Rights Commission, and again, if some of you bothered to follow me, you knew my approach. I would not go to the press. I would not go to the press. I would get to engage with those security chiefs and say, what you did is bad. Some of them would confront me and say, hey, we fought for this. We fought. We are the ones responsible for where you are. I said, because you fought, should we destroy it by destroying the people? And together would find solutions. Would come up with solutions, say, put them to task, compensate these people quietly without even the public getting to know. And friends, as I conclude this, we have encouraged people to bring cases to us. When you bring, you don't go and begin publicizing, putting it all over social media that we have taken this, we have taken that, we have taken. It affects or impacts on the quality of evidence. At the end of the day, the case becomes stale because it's probably in the different organizations, evidence has been tampered with, you brought it here, taken it there, taken it to the other place again, and it becomes difficult. And then we are dealing with things which are not easy to deal with. Like for instance, when you see bribery, willing giver, willing recipient, it is done behind the scenes. You don't see the parties until one person is disgruntled about the deal, and then he comes putting on the jacket of a whistleblower. I am a whistleblower. How do we get to know? In the course of investigations, you discover this man was party to it. And the law says that both the giver and recipient are culpable in a matter of. But now you're forced to say, okay, he will be a state witness because he has got a lot to offer and strengthen this case. Then if you're a lawyer here, you're at a corner. You're like, okay, he's a criminal, but okay, we will baptize him as a state witness so that he is able to strengthen the case by bringing out the other evidence so that we can have the matter, we can be able to secure a conviction. So there are challenges involved in every position of responsibility. And that's why I was saying, even in these other agencies, there are people of integrity. There are people who would come here and share with you their experiences so that you get to know what happens in the inner government, you know, the challenges they experience. We would not be asking these questions about the power. Where has the power gone? If the Constitution is saying power belongs to the people, because power belongs to the people, we have got to have this constructive dialogue. We have got the power of the tongue. We can come up with ideas, and that's why I thank Chevening Alumni Uganda. You are doing a great job. Many people go out there and remain and want to do cheyo, but most of you have come back to make a significant impact in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So as we conclude our discussion on the role of political class, judiciary, and public service in promoting good leadership and governance, it's very important to realize that the decisions that are made by our political leaders, the integrity that is held by our judiciary, and the commitment that we do have as people and individuals to our country can influence the structures that create around governance, trust, and hope for leadership. So with that said, I welcome back our speaker of the day, my fellow Shivna. Please come.
Okay, I think our panelists have done a fantastic job this afternoon. Let's give them a big round of applause for a job well done. We would like to sincerely thank you so much for the fruitful deliberations that we've had. And our greatest take home, I believe, let's go forth with the resolve to not only demand good governance, but to embody it, nurture it, and pass it on. So thank you very much. You can come, you can have your seats. Thank you. Allow me to invite our panelists for the second set of discussions that we are going to have. And we are going to deliberate around the role of security services and citizenry in promoting good leadership and governance. And to take us through this, I would just like to recognize and invite on stage our senior citizen, Honorable Dr. Miriam Matembe. As a distinguished Ugandan lawyer, former Minister of Ethics and Integrity, and a tireless advocate for women's rights and gender equality. And she is part of the Chevening Alumni Association. A big round of applause, Dr. Miriam Matembe, as you come to the front. I would also like to invite Dr. Sarah Birete, a distinguished Ugandan lawyer, a human rights defender, and political activist. She's the founding partner and executive director of the Center for the Constitutional Governance and a leading voice in advocating for constitutionalism, civic space, and human rights in Uganda. A big round of applause for Dr. Sarah Birete to come and join us. I would also like to take this opportunity to invite Pastor Moses Solomon Malay, a founder of Arising for Christ, a leading voice in Uganda's fight against corruption and exploitation within the church. Known for his unwavering commitment to transparency and accountability, he continues to challenge unethical practices in the Pentecostal community. A big round of applause to Pastor Moses Malay. I'd also like to invite Dr. Jonathan Tabalanga. Dr. Jonathan Tabalanga is an international relations expert and political analyst. He is a lecturer at Uganda Christian University and a regular commentator on the Ugandan media, offering insights into elections, governance, and regional conflicts. Let's welcome Dr. Jonathan Tabalanga. I would like to invite our moderator this afternoon, Mr. Patrick Bujingo, President Mandela Washington Fellowship and a founder for Aloysia Organics. Let's give him a big round of applause as he moderates our session this afternoon. You're very welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen. You must realize I'm already quite tensed up. I'm leading a panel of doctors, so myself, I'm quite energized to be leading this discussion and moderating the session. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, the Chevening alumni, and our invited guests. Our discussion this afternoon will be around the role of the security services and citizenry in promoting good governance and good leadership. So these are two stakeholders in promoting good governance and good, great leadership. So just to state and make it clear that this comes at a time that is quite pertinent for our country, and it's a discussion that we would like to have. So I'll ask that we'll make our submissions, but I'll just kindly ask that to keep our submissions brief because there are a number of questions that I'd like us to go around. And then it would also be nice to hear from the audience because I'll be certain they have a number of questions. So just so we set the stage for this discussion from an academic perspective, to give us that background of what would be ideal, and then we'll get to the reality. I would like to ask Dr. Jonathan to start us off with this discussion. In your take, what is the state of affairs looking like in comparison to what would be ideal in the reason as to why security services exist and the role of the citizenry in promoting good governance and good leadership? What would be ideal?
I don't know. Okay, it's on. Good afternoon. It's already afternoon. Thank you so much. I didn't get your name.
I'm Bujingo, Don Patrick.
Bujingo. Thank you, Bujingo, and thank you so much for inviting me. The two ladies, very senior, very important in this country. I'm happy to be amongst you. Jonathan Tabalanga here. Now, Mr. Bujingo is saying the ideal. I don't know whether that word exists, the ideal. Like the young man was talking about a utopia, something that is imaginary. Now, stability, rule of law, and of course, protecting citizens is the ideal. The security services are responsible for ensuring that the country is safe, that those who are found to on the other side of the law, they uphold the rule of law, but also protecting the property if it's the police, and of course the civil liberties. There's what we call the civil liberties, that nobody is going to trample on the liberties of those other people who are vulnerable. That is the ideal. I don't know whether he wants me to talk about the real. But I think we should give other people a chance to talk about the real.
Okay. It's okay. Okay, thank you so much. So I appreciate you setting the stage that, of course, there should be neutrality in allowing this to successfully work. Security services should be there to play a neutral role. And I must say that comparing examples of Ghana, the same could be with Uganda constitutionally. That's what it's supposed to be. But to start off again now with Dr. Sarah, how can the security services maintain that neutrality in the processes of election periods like what we're headed for? How can they maintain that neutrality? And if you do not mind, let's be bold enough to discuss our own home, Uganda.
Yeah, thank you very much, our moderator. I will speak to 4 issues regarding the role of security and citizenry in promoting good governance and leadership. One is the civil-military relations. This is governed by 7 principles. I'll try to be very brief. The civil-military relations in Uganda, when you come to the real, is what has collapsed. This is governed by the principle of civilian control in the military, which is entrenched in our constitution under Article 208 of the Constitution. Military professionalism, entrenched under the same principles on the character of the military. The third principle is clear division of roles. What are the duties of a citizen? What are the duties of the duty bearers? And in this you police and the army, police to keep law and order, but also the army to protect the territorial integrity of Uganda. Then the fourth principle is mutual respect and trust. This is another element that has completely collapsed in Uganda. Do we have mutual respect between the citizens? I don't know whether my mic is on. Yeah, between the citizens and the duty bearers in security uniform, and do we have that mutual trust? That's another element that has completely collapsed. The other element is legitimacy and accountability. Some of the sections of the people, especially those who are partisan, in what I would call a citizen's uniform, because the uniform of the police and the army belongs to the citizens. Some of the people are wrongly in this uniform. They are openly partisan, openly professional, and you can draw your minds to the images that the nation was treated to in the Kawempe by-election. Analysts, the corroborating of opposition supporters, and these elements are illegitimate. By their conduct, I don't know on what premise they were appointed, but they are illegitimate in the eyes of the citizens. The sixth principle is non-partisanship of the armed forces. Of course, it's largely lacking. That doesn't mean that we don't have a few professional men and women in these uniforms, but the majority of the people who interact with the citizens, especially in the enjoyment of civil and political liberties, seem to pass off as partisan and unprofessional. And then the last principle is the civil-military dialogue. Open, honest, and it should be an ongoing communication. This does not exist. The second element is the duty of the citizen, contained under Article 17 of the Constitution, but also rights and freedoms, especially when it comes to civil and political liberties, also enshrined under Articles 38 and 72 of the Constitution. Some of the elements in the security forces seem not to respect or recognize the duties of a citizen. The third element of my discussion or presentation is duties of security. I have briefly hinted on this. The police, which is commonly known as civilian police, is supposed to keep law and order. And then the army, on the other hand, trained to defend citizens' their property, is supposed to guard the territorial integrity of the country. And we see a lot of fusion of these duties with the army taking over the of interacting with civilians on a day-to-day basis and usurping the function. The army is overriding this article to usurp the functions of the police, carrying out day-to-day policing work, especially during elections. So as I conclude, on the premise of now the citizen security relation in the good governance architecture are the principles of democracy, the principle of active citizenry. The environment in Uganda does not favor the emergence of a critical mass of active citizens that can protect and promote constitutional governance in Uganda. The second aspect of independent and effective institutions, the environment of state capture that has led to the unprofessional tendencies of the men in uniforms, also does not enable for the effective functions of independent institutions in Uganda. The third element is rule of law, which is really on its knees, and I'm glad I've seen the president of the Radical Nuba on the previous panel. I'm sure I spoke about that. And then the fourth principle of transparency and accountability, where the active citizenry is supposed to hold the leaders accountable, also that space is not holding. And the last principle of governance is an element of free and fair elections that we are now discussing, where we see as if the army has usurped the power of the people as enshrined under Article 1 of the Constitution. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sarah. I think I appreciate the flow of the discussion so far. From the academic, we've seen what would be right, what would be ideally the role, world over, the role of the security forces to protect the people in all forms of neutrality. And you've clearly highlighted that even from a constitutional perspective, it is enshrined in the Constitution. So we have no argument to say we don't have laws to protect the people or to make this clear. And somebody has said it before, the challenge with our country, very beautiful laws, so many policies in place, we barely implement. Now that we can understand the difference between what would be the case ideally and what's in the Constitution, that everything is documented, before I come to you, Dr. Male, I would like to now ask our protector of institutional memory, Dr. Honorable Matembe. How did we get here? And that's a big question. How did we get here? Because we can agree that what was ideal and what's in the Constitution and where we are right now are two different places. You've been here for a while. We trust your memory. The question is, how did we get here and what went wrong? Amen.
Are you hearing me? Okay. So praise the Lord.
Amen.
Why am I praising the Lord? That he has given us opportunity to be here and discuss these matters that really concern us. And I want to use this opportunity to thank my Chevening team for this kind of organization. And Mr. Chairman, I want to tell you that you will succeed, because for us, where has he gone? Because I want to tell you that my senior citizen, the Honorable Justice Kanyihamba, and I, after having the Chevening schooling, we started something like this. We tried and we worked a little bit, and it didn't succeed because people, maybe we were few. But now that you have succeeded to this extent, I want to assure you that when you continue with the determination, you'll make a difference. Especially that you came out with a focus to say we really want to have good leadership of integrity and accountability. And so I am happy to be a party to that association. Many young people, of course, don't know who I am, but I want to say that I'm very, very happy that to tell you that by the grace of God, I consider myself as an effective leader of integrity and character. That one, it is not by my making, but by the grace of God. And of course, that's why I was appointed the first minister for ethics and integrity, responsible for fighting corruption and building ethics and integrity in public office. And of course, I started thinking that whoever appointed me was truthful and really wanted the fight. But down the road, when I started fighting seriously, it didn't work. And I think that's what will bring me as to how did this start. I think people, all of you who are talking about leadership, I want to thank Sarah. Whatever she has powered here is what is going on. But when you are talking about leadership and what is happening right now, you must put it within the context. What is leadership? Leadership is not about yourself. Leadership is intrinsically and naturally about others. Because when you are defining leadership, you say ability to motivate, to mobilize others, to realize a common goal for all of you. Okay? That's what leadership is about. Therefore, whoever is in leadership should be driven by service to others and service to God. And they must be having a specific vision and passion to realize that vision for the good of others and not yourselves. Now, with the level of moral degeneration, the high level of moral degeneration and ethical value breakdown in this country, there is not what we call leadership. What we have in this country is bad leadership. Because what drives leadership in this country is not vision, first of all. It is ambition. Ambition should never lead, should not drive leadership. If what is driving you into leadership is your personal ambition, then that leadership will fail. And so when you tell me, how did we reach here? We reached here because the deliverers who came from the bush to deliver us, for sure, they seemingly had a vision, but it seems somebody who was spearheading the leadership was being driven by an ambition. But all those who joined, many of them who joined thought there was this vision as constituted in a 10-point program. And when they reached here, that's why we went and embraced 100% with all our hearts, because we knew time for delivering the nation had come. And for sure, to be honest, many of you are young, but to be honest, for the first 10 years of that leadership, it was real leadership. Because institutions were created, things began, everything started to go well, and then eventually we established the Constitution. The Constitution. Now, when the Constitution put the principle, the principle of separation of powers, I already said that our president, I think, did not know what a constitution means. Because he loved making a constitution. I asked him personally, when we were so stuck, by the way, I was one of the 21-member commission that made the draft constitution, and then a CA delegate that discussed and promulgated that constitution. I asked him when there was no money for us. I said, are you serious about this constitution? Because the commission is not funded. He said, the best thing I can give, the best gift I want to give to Ugandans as my nation is a very good constitution. He told me that. And so he told people, please release money. And we went around and made a constitution as the foundation of building a new Uganda, which we wanted to build we as Ugandans. Because originally we had not got that opportunity. Now when the good constitution came on board, he realized that there was the principle of separation of powers. Because for the first 10 years, he was the head of the parliament, he was the head of the executive, he was the head. Now the principle of separation of powers says, Mr. President, you are an executive, and parliament rules over you, by the way, because power belongs to the people. He said, A, he remembered his personal ambition is now being interfered with. So now the vision changed completely, which led to the change of the leadership, because now leadership became not people-centered, but personal, self-centered, and power-oriented. So everybody now in Uganda, majority of the people, everybody, whatever, they are driven by self. They want to get power to serve themselves. And as a result, they have disorganized every institution. Because, Sarah, the real cause of what is happening in the army, in police, is the head of the whole country who grabbed the country and made it his own personal project. And is not implementing any leadership at all. And then everybody who wants also to be self-satisfied follows what he does. The parliament bows, the judiciary bows, the executive bows, everything is bowed to one individual. And you as young people, as you discuss, because she has given the role of the army, which it is not doing. Why? Because the army, you are joking. The army and security have a command, the Sabarwani. And they cannot do anything outside the command of who? The Sabarwani. Therefore, this country is not a governed country. It is led by militarized dictatorship. And in a military dictatorship, other people cannot play their roles. That's the environment, the background environment I'm giving you. The environment which is so fearful, fierce, which is so, the leader who is determined to die in power forever. Moreover, by using you people, because Amin was better. Because he was a military, he's a dictator. He doesn't involve you to buy you, to elect him. It was a clear case. Until God takes him away, he is the permanent. But in this one, the lies which the gentleman was telling you, the fear, the lies, the deceit, the cheating, all those things are the ones which are governing us. Now, as young people, in terms of the citizenry, in terms, she concentrated very much on security. I don't want to repeat that. But in terms of citizens, I blame you, the citizens. Because when Museveni saw that things were bad and he could not influence them, he went to the bush to sacrifice and fight to deliver this nation. Now he sacrificed and our people died. You don't need to go to the bush. You need to be here and stop fearing and stop condemning and stop blaming. And as an individual, as a person, are you determined to sacrifice to die for your nation? If you are, you will raise up and play your part. And you can't tell one individual, all of you are one individual now. You are many individuals. If you sit there and fear, my job, my whatever, many of you blame. You Matembe, you brought us Museveni. Yes, we brought him. He did work. Now for us, we have done our part. So what do you do? What do you do? Rise up. In the middle, you see Sarah and me. Do you know how much we shout? You think we are safe? By the grace of God, because we stand for what is right and for integrity, God stands with us. For me, that's the challenge I give you, young people. You are the most disturbing people, you disturb us. You are the most being bought. Aren't you bought? 1,000, what? All this nonsense. You are the one causing the problem. If the citizens of Uganda say no, enough is enough, and if they realize that the situation is so bad, and they raise up wherever they are and say enough is enough, one individual like this cannot defeat us. But the problem, you are just there fearing. So don't ask us. We speak the truth. We stand up for the truth. Rise up. I will refer you to the biblical. Me, I'm a godly person. I know in the Bible you will remember of the man called Joseph. Joseph had opportunity to go and get the important woman and they sleep together and he would enjoy his life. But what did Joseph said? He said, no, I cannot do such a thing and offend God. And because of that, Joseph became the prime minister and realized his dream. And we know of Daniel in the scripture. Daniel refused to defile himself with the king's food. And they said, if you kill us, we die, but we stand for what is right. Unless we young people decide and say, let's stand for what is right. You don't have to go and shout it. You mobilize within. For him, he went to the bush. For us, we are here. We can still mobilize within, and before they know, we have overthrown these people, because we know countries where it has been done, where they walk on the street. Can they mobilize? If you mobilize yourselves, can they go to Guru? Can they go to Barara? Can they? How many police are there to take over? But for us, we are so many, and you young people, you are more than 60, 65. 73% of Ugandans, you see, it is within your hand. Museveni went with young people to the bush and they delivered. And therefore, we handed over this nation into your hands. Stop blaming, rise up, find what you can do, stand with integrity. You can win like Daniel, you can win like Joseph, and you women, you can win like Esther. It is possible. Whatever is written in the Bible is possible even at the current time. Otherwise, you go and suffer and go to slavery. For us, we have done our part.
All right. A round of applause for Dr. Mia Matembe. That was surely from nowhere else but the heart, okay? So, and she has really highlighted a few pointers that I want to take note of. How did you get here? It was a shift from vision to ambition. And the mere sense that the notion of the Constitution, it was one thing to like or love the Constitution and to love the idea of it. And that was the second shift. Interestingly, the blame is yours. We got here in another way, but the blame is yours, okay? So the question is, what is your contribution as a citizen? And that's where I want to bring in Pastor Malay. Pastor Malay, truth be told, the discussion has been ongoing, and many things can be said about what the history is like and what we need to do. But citizens ought to be active agents of governance oversight. If the role of the citizens is to enhance and ensure government oversight, and even be the architects of that oversight, in your judgment, do you feel the citizens have played their role? And what could they do better in that regard?
Thank you very much. I'm Pastor Moses Solomon Malay. I head a Rising for Christ. I lead the crusade against homosexuality in this country and moral decadence. I started the war against cults years ago. I don't know how many statements I've made in police. I don't know how many cases have been opened against him, but I still stand resilient. I'm a farmer, poultry farmer. I'm a hatcher. I'm a father. I'm a mentor. And most of all, I speak for the weak, the oppressed, the poor, and the voiceless. And here I am. I don't always buy into notions where wrong people are blamed. The challenge we have is that we are led by people who distort facts, who distort the reality. And unless you understand the real issues, you'll never get the solution. Former Premier of Singapore, that is Lee Kuan Yew, said, to understand the present and anticipate the future, one must know the past enough to have a sense of the history of a people. Here we as Ugandans, we are struggling. Actually, where we are at the moment, constitutionalism is just for convenience. People quote the Constitution when it suits their interests. When it doesn't, they just abrogate it. Whether it is His Excellency, whether it is MPs, whether it is the military. Yesterday, I was on TV, and I saw how NOP headquarters was besieged. And I said, what is this? What is this? Besieging NOP headquarters when we are going into electioneering? Then what is electioneering about? 2, I saw the letter Fundy. Even you who has been towering, you are gone. Afando Mara, dead. Fallen among the fallen. Do people learn? There are so many things that are happening That should be eye-openers. That actually, if we are thinking about a country that is together, we are totally mistaken. We are in a country which is fragmenting, which is sitting on a very big time bomb. And when that time bomb explodes, I don't know how many will survive. Believe it or not, that time is coming. Because we've failed to understand that even those who had power, even those who had guns, even who had commandos, we've forgotten all that. The worst in life is to forget. I'm a Christian and I read the Bible. When the Jews forgot what God had done for them, getting them from Egypt, delivering them from Egypt, do you know what he did? He said, okay, you are all fools. None of you will ever reach the promised land. And here we've totally forgotten. Museveni tells us distorted history. He went to the bush to fight against election rigging. Yet in his reign, it is election rigging. He went to the bush to fight against dictatorship. He calls his predecessors dictators, tyrants. But when you look at what is happening today, let me just give you some few examples. 1975, 76, 77, 78, until Amin was overthrown, we had State Research Bureau. Very notorious. Most of the people in there belong to one tribe. Predominantly, they were Nubians. When Amin was overthrown, they paid a price. I remember I was living in Chigowa, that's where I grew up. If you know Butu Okirwa, there was a Nubian man. They came in broad daylight, took him out of his house, shot him dead. Out of fear, the family buried him in a 1-foot grave. At night, dogs came, exhumed him. The son was a great friend of mine. Those people have lived with traumatic experiences. Between 1979 up to 1981, of course, the de facto vice president at number 2 was His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. He held the power. What was happening? No rule, no work. They shot at us at City Square. One of the people who was killed was a young brother to my brother-in-law, Musanji. That young brother, that brother of mine, brother-in-law of mine, hates coming back to Uganda under this reign. Because we were there at City Square, and then His Excellency Yoweri Museveni came and he said, you young people, what are you doing here? I was a student at Chambo College School. No Rule, no work. No Rule, no work. And he said, who elected Rule? Who has chosen Ibina Isa? Why don't you leave? If you don't leave, they will come, shoot at you, and then you'll die. We thought he was joking. He left. I think about 10 or so minutes later, Kazinga, these vehicles with mounted guns, in the trees. And you saw young people fell from the trees as if they were fruits, dead corpses. 1980, we held elections. I was a youth winger, DP. UPC youth winger warned me that if they win us, he's going to kill me. I thought he was joking. Landslide victory was declared on BBC for DP. Then Paul Mwanga, all of a sudden, gave a decree. Whoever declares, whoever announces life in jail or 500,000 shillings. At that time, I don't know how many had 500,000 Uganda shillings. Probably the Wavamunos, not any other. Or the Mpangas. Walusimbi, the mayor. So, election results releasing stopped. Electoral Commission, whoever they were, they all fled. And Paul Mwanga was left alone to release the results. And then they declared UPC. Museveni was always telling us that if they rig elections, he's going to the bush. Samuel told him, Actually, he tried to dissuade Semogerere into going for an election. And Semogerere said, no, we have safeguards. Even Commonwealth observers are coming. And Museveni said, no, but this won't work. It's a plan. But of course, we thought we would win. 14th December 1980, UPCZ declared a winner. I was in Ntinda, Chisasi Road, with my colleagues, DP. Then I see this youth winger coming with a military jeep to that war. Most of all, Museveni tells us election rigging. 40 years down the road, election rigging. Museveni tells us corruption. 40 years down the road, corruption. Museveni tells us dictatorship. 40 years down the road, constitutionalism has collapsed. Sarah, don't tell me that there is constitutionalism. Miriam, the constitution was overthrown. What we have is a paper which gives us no mandate. Even if Article 1 says power belongs to the people, actually the barrel of the gun dictates who must be in power. That is what is obvious. And I'm so sorry. I feel amiss. I wish the military was here, because I would remind them what happened to Amin's forces. 1979, you know what happened? You young people. An entire army, Uganda National Army, was hit, was rotted out of this country. Many of the former members died in Sudan, died in Congo, died in Kenya, and in total and abject poverty. One of them was an uncle of mine who married my aunt. Because he was a Nubian, he had to flee the country. He died in exile, in poverty, abject. Yet he was a colonel. He was a colonel. Unfortunate again, because we don't learn. 1986, an entire army, Uganda National Liberation Army, was rooted out of this country, across the borders, Kenya, Sudan, and Congo. Many died in there. Many are even still there. Actually, some of them formed the core of the Alice Lakwena movement, and others, the Lord's Resistance Army. But even then, peace in this country has always been elusive. You remember what happened in the north? Acholis will tell you. Acholis will tell you. General Tinyefuza, he changed name, he'll tell you. General Sejusa, he'll tell you what happened in the north, what happened in Imukura, and recently in Kasese. Remember 2021, and then recently Kawempe. And you say that is constitutionalism? That power belongs to the people? When you cannot even speak? Let me tell you what has happened. His Excellency Museveni has been so shrewd that when he talks about baptizing the criminals, taking over the role of the criminals in the pulpits, they say, hey, he's going to undress us. So they keep quiet. All the clergy, he knows their weaknesses. He knows they want money. He knows they have cases. This is now election time. Files are going to start moving. This is Male's file. Take it. Hello, Pastor Male. Yes, we need you here at Chibuli. Or we need you here at CMI. Or we need you here at... And say, what is it? Then, of course, you've got to call him, Your Excellency. Who can take me to His Excellency? Hey, can you now gun the campaign? He gives you patronage. You see, in a country where criminals are given patronage, what do you expect? In a country where criminals are given patronage, what do you expect? It is chaos. Where are we? What would the military be doing if the constitution was really important would not see the military, the police, and other security organs firing at people. They wouldn't. But the military, the police, security agencies are now creating chaos. What they forget is that they may think they have the guns, but there are times when guns may not work. And that time can come. Let me give you a true scenario.
Maybe Pastor Malay will ask, we're trying to round up so we can come back to another round of questions. Maybe to ask you not to forget again to highlight to the citizens what their biggest contribution should be and where their role comes.
Yes.
Before I go to Dr. Jonathan again.
1983, there was a man in Philippines called Ferdinand Marcos. Ferdinand Marcos was a tyrant, a dictator, a killer, a murderer. His wife was a wife of luxury, putting on millions of dollars at a go. She would shop in France, New York, London, Berlin, Germany. Berlin was not there then. It was Western Germany. Frankfurt. So he would go to foreign capitals, Rome, to shop. Then, out of pressure, an election, he started allowing multi-party or pluralism to exist. A man called Aquino, Benigno Aquino, decided to go back to participate in the election. At the airport, he was shot and killed. His followers said, no, if Aquino is dead, the wife takes over. So the wife took over the mantle. 1986, an election is held. What happened was this. Ferdinand Marcos was defeated total. Then he called his commander, hey, we are not going anywhere. The people got on the streets. People power now. The power of the people, which is guaranteed by the Constitution under Article 1. Can we exercise it? So, Ferdinand Marcos calls on his military. They say, no, we cannot shoot. He calls on his SFC. They say, we cannot shoot. He tells SFC to protect him. SFC says, no, the UPDF cannot allow it. You know what happened? People mounted on the streets. The soldiers just stood still and they watched as the situation unfolded. The Americans who are the best there told Marcos, it's time to leave. You cannot fight against the power of the people. Marcos could not believe it. He had to be flown out and he died in exile. What am I trying to say? Our people lack consciousness. In as much as we may blame them, they lack consciousness. They think the MPs are superior. They think these thieves are the bosses. When I see how our people who have been made actually destitute in their own motherland, how they beg, there's just a storm and say, Mama Nabanja, we need food. How can a people who need a day's survival really do anything? Honorable Miriam Matembe. How did they reach there? It is the politician. It is the politician. So blaming these young people. My role is to equip and awaken the conscience of the masses. Look, young people, let me stand up. The politicians are the thieves. They are allying with the military. The politic and the military. You are just being used. The day you realize that power lies within your hands and you say, no, we don't want your money, we don't want your favors, out of our way, Uganda will be safe. Yes, otherwise, as far as things are concerned, there is no way. And let me tell you this.
Pastor Maria, I'll kindly ask you to conclude.
We need, whether we want it or not, to confront the challenge head on. Fear is destructive. Actually, when you fear, you don't live long. You die sooner. So the more, the earlier we realize what we have, that power lies within us, and then we mobilize all over the country to say no to the activities, to the evil acts of government, the forces, then that will be the beginning of our redemption. Now,
let's give a round of applause for Pastor Mali. Pastor Mali, I'm going to come back to you. It's just because of time. I apologize. I want to come back to you, but just because of time. And I think the young people, the message has gotten clear. If you forget where the message came in, remember the time when he stood up. That's when the message was very direct. That's the time when the message was really very clear. And Dr. Matembe says she had already highlighted that. And I think it was a very good touch of history, Pastor Male. Thank you so much for sharing that. As you shared, I realize many of us don't know much about the history of our country. The Waganda say, the only feeling I got of that was recently when I went back to St. Mary's College, where I served as a head prefect. And I found that all the powerful people I knew there were not there anymore. The head teacher, the DOS, the head of discipline and so on, and academics. That is the little I knew. And I was awakened to say, wow, people leave, but institutions stay. But thank you so much for driving the point home and for qualifying my little point of knowledge in my school that it could actually go national. Dr. Jonathan, the theme is nurturing ethical and accountable leaders. Please allow me to hold you accountable. In your field of academia and as a citizen, what role are you individually playing to ensure that you empower and enforce or ensure good leadership and governance in your field of academia?
Thank you. First of all, this is clearly a mismatch. the three are something. It is very interesting, and he has a lot of good history. Number one, I think we've fallen short of the family values. Someone was talking about, I think, discipline, and he was talking about that it comes from the heart. I don't think so. Discipline is nurtured. Some of you, when you become parents, you take it for granted that children must be raised properly. And we as teachers or lecturers, we face a lot of problems when we receive these young men and women in class. They are extremely entitled. They don't know what to do because at home, they believe that the riches of their parents is a guarantee that tomorrow after school, from here, I'm going to go somewhere. And that is actually the biggest problem. So when we try to convince these young people that it's actually not true that what your parents have is what you'll have tomorrow, they think it's a fallacy. But we've seen this. So the discipline at home is really a very, very big problem. We can talk about leadership, we can talk about politics, but remember, we come from our homes to become leaders. This is where we come from. So you have these entitled people, you send them to university, they actually don't want to even put in work to study or to understand how society is. And at the end of the day, what do you get? And then at the end of the day, even when they're out of school, their parents help them to go to get these positions. And they're the leaders, the pastor and the Honorable Matembe and Dr. Sarah talking about. You have people who do not even know what to do. And we as teachers, we have a problem. Sometimes we even have parents come to universities asking us, why did my son fail? Can you imagine? Why did my daughter fail? They want you to pass them just because they're children of the rich. And this is where we are. So we need to go back home, nurture our children, discipline them, and we tell them that tomorrow is not certain. Because what we do is we create these scenarios of, I have a mansion, I have this, and I have that. And we put these things in our children's minds, and they think everything is okay. But it's not okay. Just like politics.
just like politics, like he has said, tomorrow is not certain. Politics is fluid. As we speak, something can happen in the next 20 minutes. So, and these are the people who are serving in the military. These are the people who are serving in the police. Your children, the one you've not raised well. What do you expect them to do when they get these positions of authority? They will be corrupt, they will be indisciplined, and then this country will go down the dogs. So for me, if we do not work on the discipline at home, if we do not raise the young children in a way that is befitting of leadership, then we are wasting our time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jonathan at the university, surely, and I think from what Pastor Male shared, as you're sharing examples about the possibilities and so many great things, please use the examples that are home here, at home. Don't go so far and wide to look at other unique examples. They're very important. Very, very true, because history does repeat itself. Dr. Sarah and Dr. Miriam Matembe, we have a few minutes to close. But I would like that before we close, we will take some questions from the audience so that we can round up those responses together with our conclusive remarks. And I'll have each one of us make a final remark or a parting shot. Because again, hungry stomachs cannot really enhance good leadership and governance. Our lunch is already served. So I would like someone to help me in the audience to just coordinate the questions. We'll have about 3 or 4 questions. I kindly ask that please keep it straight to the question. Just ask the question. We may not give much history to the question, but ask the question.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Madam President.
Yes, my name is Rose Nabwire, the Guild President-elect of Makerere University Business School. And my question arises from a certain tweet that I saw this week. I saw on Twitter, someone had tweeted that the president of Uganda would want to step down from his position, but the Bazukulu have requested him to come again to take on the mantle. Looking at that question, it led me to a point where you are telling us to go out there and fight for our voices, but they have already implemented a president onto us. So we feel like even though we take on the mantle to go and vote, our voices will not work. So my question is to any of the panelists out there to answer, how would you ensure that political trust is brought back to encourage us to leave our homes to go and vote? Using my own institute as an example, you realize that we are over 20,000 students, but only 4,000 students turn up to vote. They have lost hope in their leaders. So what would you do to ensure that the political trust comes back? And it's not that we just want to commercialize politics these days. No, we have realized that since we are not getting what we want, how about pay us to give you what you want? Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. It's a call on lost hope, and we'll have that taken note of. That's President from MOOBS.
Yeah, thanks to the moderator. My name is Edison Tuiruche. I'm Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs. My question would go to the 2 ladies.
Oh. Where are you, Minister? You may be having a cabinet minister here without our knowledge.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm the Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs for YMCA.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, my question would go to the senior ladies in front there. I've followed them a number of times, and they have some good information. As far as security is concerned, I would like to request them give us a brief framework about our CDF, because we are all aware that the CDF has given a number of tweets, and they are scaring our security. Today is attacking Congo, tomorrow is attacking South Sudan, tomorrow is attacking America. So I'm requesting the 2 senior ladies in front there to give us a hint on how the security may be. Thanks very much.
Honorable Minister, I'm going to give you another chance to ask another question, and this is why. Because we had security invited here, but they never showed up. I don't think they're in position to explain on behalf of the CDF about his tweets. I'm going to give you a chance to ask another question because
my question is, let them give us a hint about it.
A hint?
Yes.
I am giving you another chance, Edson, because they could answer that, but I don't think they're in best position to sit in the mind of the person who makes such tweets.
No.
So, okay, fine.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon to you.
I am Kato John Vianney, a law student at Makerere University. In rooms where decisions are being made about our future, our silence is not neutrality, but it's surrender. That's a quote by Professor Oloko Onyango. You're right, Dr. Honorable Miriam Matembe. People are afraid. But the people that are most afraid are those of you that are in positions of convenience and comfort. We have gone to the streets, we have gone to online platforms. Don't you think it's time that people in positions of convenience join us in the fight for change? Do you think as the people with actual influence, you have done enough to aid us in the fight for change, individually and collectively? Thank you.
Thank you. You threw the ball at them, they're throwing back the ball at you. So, another question. I think we'll take another final question.
I'm here.
Just so, sorry, we can't, okay.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
My name is Viola Kembabas. I am an advocate working with the Uganda Law Society. The Radical New Bar, our vice president, has just left. So I understand that everything we are talking about, we are basing it on what we would want to do and the implementation. And I'm someone who loves the Bible. And when Dr. Miriam Matembe was speaking, a scripture came in mind, Mark 10:43-45, that true greatness comes from serving others, not seeking power or prestige. And I thank God that I used to call myself the soft-spoken Dr. Miriam Matembe, and standing in front here to see you is a privilege, and I'm humbled that I was invited. So my question would be, in your start of the journey, this is directed to Dr. Miriam Matembe, when you were faced with all those fears, I know the Lord gives us the strength and the power, but when you were faced with all those fears, when you were faced with all those challenges, and all those small voices coming to you saying, you are a woman, you are a girl, you are a lady, you cannot do this, how did you handle it? That is my question, as simple as that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and greetings to the president of the
you. Patrick, just one more question here.
Okay, yes, please. I'm sorry, the questions are many, but...
Thank you. My name's Helen Kawesa. I'm a Shivina. Good to be here. And I want to thank the panelists for igniting us.
Thank you.
However, I want to say, those of us who grew up in the 80s, we lived in a time of terror, where there were bullets everywhere, there was pandagari, there were things like that. I've been listening when I was... Yes, pandagari, things like that. Now, it seems all the time when people get up and speak about the current situation, it is putting them down. Can you tell us, do you have something good to share? I think the fact that you are here to speak to us, I'm not being whatever, but we're engaging. Don't you think it's a plus? My question is, if you were on a panel for a Chevening interview, and you asked to say something good about Uganda, what would you say? Thank you.
All right. All right.
Thank you. Thank you so
Ms.
much.
Helena's,
just the last question from the guilty present here.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I'll vote for my right to speak. My question is very brief. It is no longer the question of whether or not. The question is how. Therefore, you're telling people to do something. But in this country, I've only seen one person trying to explain the how. How do we remove the dictatorship? It is only Kano Dr. Chizabe who has been explaining the how. Because if it is rising up, it doesn't mean to right from here we go on the street and they will pick you up. So if it is non-violent, how? It is, the people no longer have questions of whether this is a dictatorship or not. Now, let us sensitize the people on the how. So, Pastor Solomon Male, Dr. Sarah Velete, Dr. Miriam Matembe, how? How do we raise up? My name is John Vianney Ayebare, and I'm the Guild President at the Law Development Center.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. So I'll make a very kind request to my panel. We have about 10 minutes to go. I'll just ask if we could just use 2 minutes each to respond to the questions and also give a parting shot. And then we'll round up the discussion and head out for lunch. Otherwise, the floor is open. I don't know who is willing to start this discussion. It's a number of questions.
Okay, me, I will come in, but I don't have to answer all the questions. But one thing, I want to thank you that you have raised these questions. But following on to the last speaker, Dr. Jonathan said a very important thing. Remember, we are talking about leadership of integrity and accountability. He said something which inspired me to share something about who I am. Why am I who I am? Because who I am depends on the two ethical values that my parents gave me when I was raising up, and all my siblings. We were very, very poor people. Nothing, peasants, just poor. But they were doing all they could to raise up and even sent us to school. Now, one principle, one value was never desire what your parents cannot give you. We love you most than anybody else. So if we can't give you something because we can't get it, never desire it. Because when you desire it, it will take you into other things and it will be dangerous to you. Value number 2, never put yourself at the level you have not reached. We were peasantry children. They were children of headmasters, teachers, chiefs. We are peasants. Therefore, don't put yourself at a level you have not reached. So I grew up knowing that in society there are levels. If I haven't reached that level, I should not admire, I should not even envy them. I am who I am, I remain who I am. And I want to tell you, I'm telling, those two value principles nurtured me into who I am as a leader. By the way, I left the leadership, public leadership 20 years ago, but I continue to be irrelevant and an effective leader, mentor, role model to young people here. I'm still playing my role. Why? Because I have a vision. I was created with a vision. And that brings me to answer your question of what do you tell us to do? I told you, what is your vision? If you have a vision that drives you in life, and you are passionate and enthusiastic about running with that vision, you will run it, you will do it, whether in terms of torture, in the midst of whatever you will do. Therefore, values and principles in you as young people will enable you to rise up and question. Why don't you ask, why doesn't Matembe and Sarah, why aren't they killed? Why aren't they tortured? Because people say, those ones, I don't know, but they say because they are big, because they fear them. I don't have any offense. I have lived as a rural peasant. I'm not a peasant anymore. But the way of life I live is very, very ordinary, very humble, very who I am. That's it. That is the principle I want to live in you. Leave all these other questions which have risen. But ask yourself, are you a person of integrity? Are you determined to be who are you? Not to reject wrong, to do what is right. Are you determined to do that? Because I can assure you, if you determined to do that, God stands with you, and you'll be able in your own space, in whatever space you are. If you practice integrity, ethical values and integrity, we would make a difference. We would make a difference, I'm telling you. So my call upon you is, please rise up and change your mind. You need to know that Uganda is going in a wrong direction, all of you. And you need to know that it is not about positions, it is not about possessions, it is about knowing who you are in God and knowing the purpose for which to serve and rising up and serving it. And even if you are one individual, God can use you to make a difference. I am telling you, and I conclude by saying, the rest I will leave for Sarah to answer and the others. I conclude by saying that you people who are saying for us, what are you? The Bible says, by the way, let me quote this for you, that King David knew that God had made him a king for the sake of his people Israel. And therefore, he served them with skillful hand and a heart of integrity. And as a result, when King David had served his purpose in his generation, he rested. Each of us has a generation to serve. We served, like me, Miriam Matembe. I've served my generation. I served this country officially for the good 30 years. But although I was thrown out like garbage before by the way, I joined politics at 33 years. And I was fire and vibrant. And I remained with that fire and with that conviction. And I served 20 years in political life. And because I stood for integrity, they threw me into the dustbin as garbage. But I didn't fall there. I fell into the hands of God, who has sustained me up to now. And I'm playing a role into this nation. Therefore, rise up and serve in your generation. Don't put it back to us. We have served, we are continuing to serve, but to rise up and serve your generation.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Matembe. And the ball comes back to you. I think I hope you're following. So thank you so much. You've done a great job as a panelist. Before maybe Dr. Sarah, I wanted to just ask Dr. Jonathan to make his submission so Pastor Malay and Dr. Sarah can respond to some of the very direct questions that came through. Dr. Sarah, you'll come through to conclude.
I think the guild president of the Uganda Law Society, two of them, one for MOBS and one for the Uganda Law Society. LDC, sorry. So you say it is only one person who has given you the how. But when he gives you the how, what have you done? Answer that question. Now, there's another one from is it MOBS? Now, she says people come. You know, in politics or in representation, there's something called substantive representation. Now, if you're supposed to hold someone accountable and they've given you money, do you reserve the right to ask for accountability? Because they've already given up their share. They are giving you something, and then it means in return you cannot ask for accountability. So if you want to ask for accountability, then you do not need to ask the person who is offering themselves to be members of parliament, for example, for soap, for sugar. Because representation must be substantive. You must hold your leaders accountable. But how do you do that when they've bought you initially? That is a question you must answer as a young person, because you are the ones now asking these leaders to give you money. So how do you now raise up and say we need our leaders to be accountable when they've, on their way to parliament, they've already bought you? So the issue is you must refuse to be bought, which you are not willing to do, okay, as young people. And then someone was saying, this is the last one, someone was saying that in the 80s there were bullets and what. What about now? What about now? Do you think the people who have been abducted and put in vans are happy? Do you think the new people who are being maimed every day, it is reminiscent of the 80s you're talking about? You think Message, who has been taken to court and there's no due process for him, a judge says, yes, you've satisfied all what is required for you to get bail, but you can't get it? Are you really reminding us of the 80s? Because the 80s are here. The 80s are here. So for me, I don't want us to have the conversation of reference, because the conversation of reference takes us back. We must talk about what is happening now. rather than reference the 80s. And that is why you young people have been put in some box. You want us to go back to the 80s. Now, this conversation must end. This conversation of 80s and 90s, because you see like what the pastor has been telling you. In the Philippines and in these other countries, they've faced these challenges, and we have been an example and a reference as well. So I do not want people to start saying that we are living a good life, this generation. I don't think so. Because there are people who are complaining, and genuinely they have reasons why they are complaining. Because things are not really smooth. Because you see the Honorable tells you how she was thrown out for being exercising some level of integrity. And they didn't want her there. So for me, as a person and someone who goes to school, I have seen this. The Imam has been telling you what has been happening. People, I work right here, and the roads are being closed every single day. Every single day. Sometimes you stand for 3 hours, nobody has passed. And even me, without a gun, they are stopping me. Am I a security threat to the president? So these are things that you need to really talk about. It's not rocket science. It's something out there. And some of you are beneficiaries of the road. That's why you keep on protecting and massaging your words and, you know. But anyways, for the leaders, especially the one from LDC and the other one from MOBS, you have a role to play. And stop asking for the how. You're the ones to provide the solutions, because the how has been given to you by one leader and you're not taking it up. So you should either accept the status quo or you fight. Thank you.
Round of applause for Dr. Jonathan as you spoke about the handouts, and again, thank you so much for using your time well. As you spoke about the handouts of soap and so on, Imam Kasozi made a remark and said, you can't ask for accountability from such people because they have already accounted anyway. They have showed you this is where the money has gone. So how then can you make them accountable? So again, our last two speakers, Pastor Male, kindly make your remarks on the questions and your parting shot. Kindly under a few minutes too.
For everything under the sun, there's a time and a season. And for everything that is good in life, there is a price to pay. Are you ready to pay the price?
Well, kindly say that again.
Are you
Pastor
ready
Male?
to pay the cost?
Pastor Male, kindly say that again. That was a good, just so people can write that down.
I've said, Ecclesiastes chapter 3, for everything under the sun, there is a time and a season. And practically, for every good thing you want to achieve, there is a price that must be paid. And the question is, are you ready to pay the price? The Philippines paid the price. They are where they are. They got rid of the dictator. The young lady said that there is a YouTube or whatever internet poster going on that His Excellency wants to retire, but the Bazukulu are bringing them back. The Bazukulu are fools. Let me tell you, how many of you are Museveni's Bazukulu? How many children has he fathered? And you claim to be a Muzukulu. Are you part of his inheritance? Then you're a fool if you think you're a Muzukulu. Let me tell you this. There was a dictator in West Africa called Omar Bongo. Omar Bongo was one day interviewed by BBC. I listened to it on BBC radio. I didn't have a TV then. And he was asked, Mr. President, every time that there is an election, 1, you don't campaign. 2, you don't vote. 3, even your family doesn't vote. And he said, you see me, I'm tired of being the president. But these people want me to be the president. Every time they go, they put me on. So what do I do? So I don't want to anger them. I accept. But the truth is, I'm tired of being the president. That's typical of all dictators. So when you read that, don't be surprised. Don't be surprised. It's possible. Who's that Muzukulu? Who can claim to have really been a true muzukulu of His Excellency. Now, the challenge we have is hypocrisy, opportunism, indifference, and populism. Those are cancers in our society. What has happened to retired Colonel Dr. Kizza Besigye? Betrayed and abandoned by even his own. Right now, we would be seeing swarms of people demanding for his release. But the swarms of people are all quiet. Quiet and quiet as if nothing is happening. There's a time when I expected that lawyers would rise up. Where are these, they call themselves the what? Radical. I thought the radicals were going to say, no more going to court. Enough is enough. But I saw them going to court to get the money. And I was surprised. Money from the clients, you say, I have to go to court and be paid. You say every time she or he goes to court, they are paid, they continue to earn. Yet there is a time for sacrifice. Let me tell you, we need to pay self-sacrificially. What can you forego so that we can have a better future for our country? Is it your money, your status, your position, your life? Can you reach out to Sarah? Even if reaching out to Sarah may be like committing suicide, you go to Sarah, and then Sarah stands with you and says, yes, we are together. I'll be arrested. Sarah, no, don't come near me. You see, let me tell you, do you know that personally, there are people who call me, and then they say, we know your phone may be monitored. People fear phone monitoring. As if when they monitor you, they are going to cut off your head. So we are in a state of fear. The entire country. Very few can rise up and say, enough is enough. My question to you, my challenge to you, are you ready to pay the price? If you're not ready to pay the price, then go and keep quiet and never say anything again. If there is any reason why these two people should not come out and why we should not stand for a cause, let that somebody come out and speak it out. If you cannot speak it out, then keep your mouth shut forever. Right now it's time to act. Otherwise, fair, we've produced you. You are growing up. Tomorrow I will die. Sarah will die. Miriam will die. And then you will stay struggling with a younger general. When we are all gone, I don't know how many for 30 years, I don't know. And it is up to you. Never say that our forefathers never told us. Never say that these people never spoke. Let me tell you, there's no difference between today, politically, security-wise, and so on and so forth, and the 80s. The only difference is there is no ongoing war or insurgency that is evident here. But there is, of course, insurgency in Congo. And our children are dying in Congo. Otherwise, it's the same. Pandagari, drones, arrests, tortures, kidnaps, thieving, corruption, political persecution. People are arrested because of their consciences. When you see a headquarter surrounded, and then the owners of the headquarter just run away, and then you say things, all is well, all is well, all is well with my soul. How? Probably in heaven, but not on earth. Here on earth, we are fighters. And if you're going to be a fighter, then fight on and don't give up. But if you are to give up, then please never blame us. My brother there, Imam, has told you, why should you fear? If you fear to die, you die sooner. By the way, do you know that, as he has exactly stated, Museveni fears the people much more than the people fear him. If anything was to happen, you'd see what happens. I don't think he can hold on like this man, Marcos. I don't think. So, what did Bobi Wine sing? Baagala nnyo okugenda mu ggulu naye tebaagala kufa. Baagala nnyo okugaggawala naye tebaagala kutuuyana. You people, we talk about heaven. We read about heaven. We preach about heaven. But then, why don't we want to die and go to heaven? You tell a sheikh, do you want to go to Jannah? Yes. If you do this, you go to, please leave me alone. You tell a pastor, oh, they'll arrest me, they'll kill me. All of the clergy are living in hiding. Even when they go into corridors of power, they cannot dare raise a finger. Let me just provoke you.
Pastor,
you all go to
kindly,
churches.
as we are concluding,
Yes,
please.
I'm concluding. You all go to churches. Tell your clergy, if you don't stand to the powers that are, we are going to mobilize so that we give you money no more. Because one, many of them are hirelings. Hirelings means they are there for money. And without their money, your money, they will not be in the pulpits. And they're the ones that are strengthening the hands of the wicked. They pray for the thieves. They pray for the Mabati thieves. They pray for the killers. They pray for General Erueru when he attacks Kasese. They pray for. They go to State House every now and then, and they pray. They pray for someone who does not believe in their prayers. He says, "Me, my Ibasamize are good." In the bush, they worked. And then you see, aren't those hypocrites? Now you want to convince us that it's your prayers that are working? When the man confesses that he doesn't need your prayers, it's the prayers of the judges. When he talks about God, it's for convenience, just because he wants to win all of the Christians, so that the Christians foolishly think or believe that this is the most Christian governance that we've ever had, which is full of thieves, which is full of killers, which is full of every filth. Let not us deceive ourselves. It's time to pay the price.
A round of applause for
How
Pastor
are you
Male,
going to
please.
pay the price?
Thank you.
That is my provocation.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Pastor Male. That was really a deep one. And I will ask Dr. Sarah to kindly give the last remark of the day on behalf of the panel and to also respond to the questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, dear panelists and the distinguished participants. Briefly, I think your questions have been answered in a direct or indirect way, but for Rose, apathy and the use of money pay as you go, I won't offer a different answer from what the panelists have shared. The ball is in your court. And by the way, I agree with Besige when he said the problem of Uganda are the elite. And the young elite are the biggest problem. It's like you don't know what you want. It's like most of you are blind to what's happening. And you are the ones enjoying comfort. Kato mentioned places of comfort and convenience. Do you think we don't have other jobs to do than activism at our age? Who is comfortable and who is not comfortable? Whoever told you that, I think either you misquoted them or they didn't know what they were doing. With all due respect, the people who have offered, you don't even know what we go through. We can't even start saying what we go through or how we survive to keep doing the work that you see on TV, you see on radio. You just have no idea. Most of you think these are Banyankore. When Dr. Matembe was talking, most of you think these are Banyankore, they're untouchable, or they know who they are dealing with. You just have no idea. If there is anybody enjoying comfort and convenience, it is you people, and you are going to pay higher price. I can assure you, regardless of where you're working or whether you think you come from a connected family or not, you are going to pay a higher price unless you do what is required of you to rescue this country. You are going to. No, they have to do what is expected of them. Every generation has a duty. Our generation is here. What is your generation doing? Some of you look at political activists, you think because they are less educated, they are less privileged, you think you can find a job. You are deceiving yourselves. You must deal with the questions of the day, regardless of where you come from, or however comfortable you think you are. You are deceiving yourselves. I can assure you. Somebody asked the uncomfortable question of the CDF. I told the moderator to leave the question, because for me the CDF is just evidence of how collapsed we have, or how far we have collapsed as a country. We have the Constitution, we have the UPDF Act, we have the Army Code of Conduct, and you have somebody whose connection you don't need to gauge, whose competence is a biological right. Yes. Doing whatever he's doing, and we are all watching on helplessly. And you think yourself, let me tell you, it doesn't matter whether your father is a minister today or not. It does not matter. You will pay the price, your children will pay higher price. We better rise and solve the question that is confronting us today as a nation, or the future is not bright for anybody. You can deceive yourselves all you want. It's not. There was a question of my friend, Madame Helen Kawesa. What good thing? Please, we have passed that time of massaging a dictatorship. You can talk about people hanging out, there is freedom in Kampala. Does that add value to the suffering we are going through? Does add sort of the question of civil and military rights? Some of you have been told that Bobby Wine is what, noob, and you think you are cleaner, you are safer, you are deceiving yourselves. What can we do? I am for the protest vote come 2026. Let me tell you, no dictator has ever managed to rig an overwhelming defeat. Nobody can rig an overwhelming defeat. Go out, participate. If you want contest, if you can't mobilize, just tell people to vote out NRM, regardless of who else is competing. We need a protest vote, overwhelming defeat, and it's possible. It was done in Burundi when they defeated Buyoya. When Ndadaye defeated Buyoya, Ndadaye told the people to keep quiet because they would be killed on the streets like in Kampala. He just told them just to know how to vote and tell your people to know how to vote. We don't all need to make noise. Just to go and do the right thing, or it will catch up with all of us. I thank you.
Wow, a round of applause for my panel. A round of applause for my panel.
Following on that, what she's saying.
Dr. Matembe, you've hijacked me, but I'll give you a minute.
Now, I just want to say,
okay,
what he's telling you, we have experienced. The people in this region decided that we are going to defeat these people. Didn't they? Didn't they? If it can be done by those people in this region, why can't it be done by elsewhere?
friends, a round of applause for my panel, please. Overwhelming round of applause. And I would like to, Pastor Male, we have been going round and round, but...
Just a minute.
All right.
My friends, you are intellectuals. You are the elites. You should be the light of this country.
Just a minute.
If the illiterates, the Kadogos could, how about you, who have even the skills of mobilization? Sarah said, Gandhi vote. I'm saying, don't only vote, but be ready for plan B. If the election is stolen, how are we going to sustain the fire so that some of us, our role is to awaken the conscience of the masses, including the conscience of the military, so that they don't make mistakes their predecessors did.
Thank you,
Because when they did, they ended up across the frontier.
Thank you, Pastor Male. Please, a round of applause for my panel. They've been phenomenal, and I think the Chevening alumni can tell the next time we invite such a panel together with myself as moderator, give us some good time. I would like to ask that we have a group photo together with the panel, and I would like to ask the panel to rise up. We'll have 2 certificates to be awarded, and then we have ourselves into the next program. So let's have the photo now. So I'll ask that you just kindly stay here to celebrate 2 mentees that are going to be called up on stage to receive these certificates. And I'll ask that their names be read out. They come here for a handshake, receive certificates, and then Dr. Medard, on behalf of Cavendish, kindly come through. Dr. Sarah, you just kindly give a handshake to these 2 people. Just a second, then we'll have you leave. She's supposed to chair a meeting, and she's the chairperson, so she's...
Thank you so much. Just a quick one. Where is Flora Machok? So maybe Dr. Sarah and the panelists, we have been running a mentorship program on leadership and governance in partnership with Cavendish University. And so thank you very much. Benjamin Cole, Lamla, where are you? Quickly. So these are our young leaders who have gone through the mentorship program. We're going to continue with these engagements on leadership and governance specifically, because we believe through them we should be able to have a better country. They're just standing from
You are the one who's led me to the sun. How could
Thank you so much, my dear panel, Dr. Miriam Matembe, Dr. Sarah, Pastor Male. Thank you so much, Dr. Jonathan, and the audience have been Bujingo Don Patrick, President of the Mandela Washington Fellowship Alumni Network. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Patrick. A hand clap for Patrick for moderating the show. Thank you so much, our panelists, for the messages. I think we have picked them. And I just want to emphasize that whatever we have been sharing since morning are entirely our views as Ugandans, because all of us here are Ugandans. We have a share to this nation called Uganda. So these views are actually not for the panelists. They're not for our partners, Cavendish University, or the UK government that we are partnering with in these activities. They're entirely views of Ugandans. So please be encouraged to share the views and participate just as you have been called upon. Our next session is a short one for about maybe 5 minutes. Then we go for lunch and we depart at leisure. We are going to invite our fellow Chevening alumni, that is Madam Helen Kawesa. We just want to have a reflection on what we have discussed and a few commitments on what we think we should do as Ugandans going forward in areas of leadership and governance. Because this is our country, and like the panelists shared, we all must make a contribution if we want a better country tomorrow. It's about us. It's not going to be anybody else. So let's commit. Let's prepare to participate so that we can all build a better country. I think we can bring this a little bit closer. And maybe just to emphasize, this is a dialogue. Every opinion, every view is a corrective view, because we are different. We don't believe the same things. So it's good to tolerate each other and also appreciate that, yes, people appreciate things differently. And all of us, whatever we share, whatever we contribute, we are contributing to one thing or one goal, making our country better. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
My name is Helen Kawesa. I'm former chair of the Alumni Association, and it's good to see you here. This afternoon, from morning, we had a very rich discussion, and from this, we want to make a declaration of commitment to good leadership and governance as people who have been here this morning and afternoon. So we're going to capture at least 5 points that we are going to use as our commitment towards good leadership and governance in Uganda. So I'm going to ask you, those of you who have been here and have participated and have listened in, to bring out the main points of what has come out in this discussion today, and those will address the commitment that we are going to have, the declaration which we will sign here ourselves. So I want to start. You can put up your hand, introduce yourself, and just briefly highlight the main points you've captured from today's discussion, this morning and afternoon. Anyone is free to kindly communicate to.
Just to emphasize, let's summarize.
Yes.
Thank you.
Just say your name, mention your name briefly, and then the point you want to capture.
Once again, my name is Viola Kembabas, and I'm an advocate working under Uganda Law Society. So for me, what I've taken, I'll majorly talk about 2 points. Number one, live a purpose-driven life, because when you are driven by purpose, then you will be a good leader. And number two, serve the Lord, because like all the panelists said from morning up to now, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. So once you have the wisdom from the Lord, then you'll be a good leader.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll give we have had a lady and purpose. Living by purpose. Thank you. Can give a gentleman 1 minute, please.
Thank you so much. I, for one, my name is Pius Mugwanya, the Vice President, Makerere University Business School. Allow me to echo on a context given to us by our Imam, whereby he told us, let's not ever exaggerate what people are doing, because they just end up developing wings. So where need is to be given to condemn, let us condemn. Thank you so much. The key point is, as in, let us condemn where condemning has to be given. Okay, the key point is, let's not keep quiet to watch what is not being done in the right way.
Thank you so much. 1 minute, at least someone can just say life of purpose. And that's a point that we are looking for. A summary.
Good afternoon to everyone. I'm Wasime Faith Monique, a student at YMCA doing bachelor's in journalism and mass communication, as well as the health minister. First of all, I recorded that leadership is not a post, but rather a responsibility. Secondly, to not fear anything. Thirdly, to protest vote 2026.
Thank you. Those are her views. Sorry? Leadership is not a position, yes, but a responsibility. I think that's a good one. Thank you so much. A gentleman. Okay.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Kamenya Mark Tendo, a student at Makerere University, doing a bachelor's degree in quantitative economics. I, for one, have learned a lot today, but what stood out for me is we should be people of character and leaders of character, and we should always stand our ground and stand for the truth. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The last one, and that should be a lady.
Thank you so much. My name is Frida Mary. I work for Women's Democracy Network. I'm a programs officer. For me, what I picked is it's prudent or important to have honest and open communication between the citizens, the leaders, the security, And also I want to add that I think it's important for us to start discussion right from our household levels. Because I've seen families where a child is to do something and a child is saying, what are you going to give me? If, after I've done this, what are you giving me? Then even in primary schools, I've seen where elections now are based on money. A child is campaigning but is buying sweet for the other children. So I think it should start right from our household levels and the schools. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to emphasize this. The Chevening Alumni Association of Uganda is online. We're on Facebook, Twitter, X, and YouTube. So these conversations are actually going to continue online because we can't exist everything here. We have one last point? Maybe one. Just one. It's a hard one, eh?
Thank you very much. My name is Innocent Lubanga Kene, and I'm the IGG of Uganda Christian University, a student IGG. What I learned from today, I'm going to start up from a quote that was quoted, that it takes courage for what it takes to stand up and speak, and courage to take to sit down and listen. So that calls out for character, which is humility. And once you have humility, you have self-awareness. You have also the aspect of credibility, to hold accountability and reach out to people. So this brings us to the aspect of political awareness and credibility to people, that in all that you do, you have open-mindedness and continuity, that you keep on fighting for the fight, which is for a good cause.
Thank you so much. I think, Helen, we have one last person there. Okay, please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our dear organizers, and for the opportunity. By name, I'm Unsobia Hannington, the Guild Prime Minister, Makerere University Students Guild. Well, for me, I've picked 1, 2, 3 points. One is, what are you going to be remembered for as a leader today? Yes? Will you be remembered or as one of those people who did nothing during their tenure? Then the other is, saving this generation is upon us, the youth, to save our own generation. Leave alone this comedy being said that the Bazuku were telling someone not to go. That's comedy and political. I would say it's politics being played around. But generally, thank you so much for the organization. We have learned a lot as youths, and greetings from Makerere University Students Guild.
Thank you so much. I think, Helen, those are enough. Okay. 1 minute, please. We want to have lunch.
The issue is really about discipline. You people, you can do anything, but if you're not disciplined, you'll not go anywhere. People don't want to live with people who are not disciplined. You go to universities, you want free marks. You want to, they give you coursework, you give it to people outside to do it for you.
Yes.
And then you want good grades. These are the things that are happening in universities. And when we talk about discipline, then how are you going to hold your government accountable when another person is doing your coursework? These are the things you need to do. You need to wake up. Stop this nonsense of the government is bad, but you're also bad. You're doing bad things. You want people to do your homework. You want people to do your... And there's a lady who is talking about young people giving sweets in campaigns in primary schools. This is indisciplined, and you're the mothers of these children. So you must be disciplined. And discipline is nurtured. It does not come from up there. It is nurtured. What do you want your child to be? So discipline takes precedence of all the things you've talked about. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Helen, I'll allow you to take over just for us to conclude. I think discipline and character probably can go together. Thank you. Okay, as Helen finalizes, we have different views, different ideas, different strategies, but I want us to leave this room knowing that all those ideas, strategies, are all geared towards building one thing, one country called Uganda. So we may disagree, we may have different ideas, but we must all stick on one thing, thinking about that one thing called Uganda, because whatever you do, you're contributing towards our country. Thank you. Helen, you can go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can organize the order accordingly, can agree. I'm going to start at the bottom because I think that one impacts the individual first before we go to the one is be of sound character and practice integrity, because your character defines you. Be of sound character and practice integrity. Be disciplined and nurture discipline. Be disciplined and nurture discipline. Demand for accountability and be accountable. Demand for accountability and be accountable. Be courageous. Stand up, speak out. That means that when you see something wrong, be accountable, stand up and speak out. Be courageous, stand up and speak out. Stand for your values and inculcate them right from the grassroots. You have values as a person, you have values as an institution. Stand for your values and inculcate them in those around you, right from the grassroots in your homes. Stand for the truth. Stand for the truth. Let the truth define you. Be a responsible leader. That's why somebody said leadership is not a post, but it's a responsibility. Be a responsible leader. Speak out when something wrong is being done. Do not keep quiet and wait for others to speak. Speak out. Live purposely and fear God. Because when you do, you know there's an outer person out there that you're answering to. In brief, this is what has come out from the discussion and think and define a declaration of commitment. Is there something that you feel we've missed out that you'd like to add here? Or is it all capturing? All capturing. The word has gone away, but you get me? All encompassing, yes.
Aloysius is my name. Next year we are voting. Let's go out and vote. Vote what we believe in. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Aloysius.
That's very important. Participate in voting the leaders that you want. Yes. Participate in voting the leaders that you want. And mobilize. I think I'm done. The last point, which may be somewhere in the middle, participate in voting. I don't know what it's called, electing. Participate in electing the leaders that you want and mobilize others to do the same. Thank you very much. So this is our declaration of commitment to good leadership and governance. I believe when we will do it nicely and frame it well, and it will be signed by those who have been here. Thank you for this. These are the resolutions that we'll live by as we go into this critical time. Let's put them at the front of our minds. Thank you very much for participating.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can we clap for Helen, Madam Helen? Thank you so much. We are not publicly signing this or signing on it. We want you to sign on it in your own heart. Because I mean, you can tell us you'll vote, but when it comes next year, we'll not go and vote, and none of us here will actually know that you never went out to vote. So my emphasis is, let's encourage ourselves as Ugandans. Let's commit to these things at our individual levels. We don't have to sign. You only have to ask yourself, what are you doing amongst those things? Because all of us are leaders, representing whatever small thing you are doing. So let's commit. Let's sign on it in our hearts, and let's commit that we keep on those things so that tomorrow we can all have a country that we desire to see, a country that we are proud of. Thank you so much. Our next session is lunch. We just want to have a meal and no. So we are just going to have lunch and then we shall eventually depart at leisure. We have about 32 mentees that went through our mentorship program, but because of time, we cannot issue all the 32 certificates because people are hungry. And so some of our mentees, we shall give you guidance on how you'll pick your certificates out there. But we want to just emphasize that as the Chevening Alumni Association of Uganda, we are deeply participating in leadership and governance issues of our country. And for those young people who are here who would want to be part of the Chevening activities, that is, apply for the scholarship or learn more about the activities of Chevening, please feel free to reach out to alumni who are here. We are many of us here. A proud beneficiary of the scholarship. So feel free to reach out. And also next year, we shall also call upon young leaders again to be part of the mentorship program. Follow our social media channels. That information will be out so that you can also apply and be part of the activities. Tina, do you want to say something? We have Tina here from the Chevening office. She's the one who has always supported us during those moments when you are preparing to travel to the UK to study and all that. Maybe just 1 minute, say something.
Thank you very much, Edwin. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tina Wamala. I work with the British High Commission. I'm the Chevening officer there. Mine is to just appreciate the efforts of the association in putting this together, both the dialogue, both today's event, generally this entire project, and for the mentees for embracing this project, for committing quite bold declarations and commitments to better our country. I just want to appreciate all of you for coming this afternoon. I hope you found it fruitful and productive. The theme is really, really quite impressive, and we hope that the discussions go beyond this room and that we can really see leaders that we all aspire to be. Otherwise, thank you very much to the team for organizing this beautiful event. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Tina. I want to invite Mr. Moses Muyonga, just in 1 minute. I don't know if the mic is nearby. You pray for us, maybe 30 seconds, so that we can go and have our lunch. I think every one of you has received a coupon, wherever you are seated. Please feel free. We have a team behind there, Shamim and Cindy and others. We need a mic. We need to have... Okay, he's behind there. So just 1 second, we pray, and then the team will guide us on how we can move out to have lunch, probably starting with...
It's been a pleasure to be a part of this, even as we go into prayer for lunch and prepare for lunch. I'll just say one statement before I pray. One man made a quote and said that the real measure of intelligence is action. How we really determine that you're intelligent enough and have listened in is the action that you're going to take. Let's pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we just want to thank you for this wonderful session. It's been a blessing. We pray that all the words that have been spoken here shall not fall to the ground, but they will fall in a fertile soil to be able to bear fruit, and we'll have a better Uganda, a better Africa, and a better world at that. Our meal is blessed and sanctified, and I thank you for those who have provided. In Jesus' mighty name we have prayed. Amen.
Thank you so much. Just to emphasize, our mentees who are here, I think we're going to just have a group photo with the Mama Miria before they're here. The mentees who are in here, Shamim, as you guide the first desk to go out to have lunch, please.
Keep
our mentees who are here. Madam Tina, they are calling you here. All the mentees who are in the room, please come in front as I request Shamim to lead the rest of the guests towards having lunch.
We were like a fun and we never fight. You can't dance and stay uptight. It's a supernatural delight. Everybody was dancing.
Can you have the music down, please? Dr. Medad, on behalf of Cavendish, I would request that you come and be part of the group photo. Guys, let's go behind. Let's go behind. Yeah. No, the certificates are too. Okay, thank you. Alan, I think you can lead us through this.
Okay, as the photos go on, we are going to have the rest of the mentees receive their certificates. Of course, the rest of the people can go for lunch, but let's first receive our certificates and then go at once. Dr. Matembe, you may want to stay there, and Dr. Medad, because you are going to help us issue certificates to these young people who are telling you to go back to war. They are bringing the certificates. So I'm going to ask Edwin, who led this project, Bruno and Edwin. Please read out the names as Dr. Miriam Matembe gives them out.
Patrick Chuki. Basemirero. Keith.
For me, so. I don't know, no. Make them be turn up. They don't see me coming. Are you ready for me? Energy like cocaine.
Photo session. Patricia Navancho. Benjamin Rukundo. David Lokwi, prepare. David Lokwi, all the way from Kotibu. Joseph Michael Tenua, prepare. Joseph Michael. Timothy. Nice, congratulations. Rashida Napima, you're next. Teopista Namuaya. accepting double questions. Martin Masaba. Martha Chisang. Sarah Bashagarire. Calvin. Calvin. Sarah Bagarire. John Vianney Kato. Ronnie, this will be
Dr. Medan. Dr. Medan, we want you to come and finish. Just want you to come and finish up. I'll give the rest of the certificates. Thank you.
Ronnie Kato. Fortune Mwanguzi. Mark Tendo. Mark Tendo. Daniel Wambale. Dixon Nakuza. Grace Nachazi. Deogracious Arida. Penina. Etty Takali. Jonathan Kenya. Wahab Shaban. Jen Namanda. I'd also like to recognize the mentors, the people, the tutors, Dr. Jonathan Tabalanga. We appreciate your support so much. Thank you for tutoring. Faith Myra. Thank you so much for your support. Mr. Edson Tracy J. Dr. Busuma. Dr. Samson Bariji. for giving back to society, as you promised during the application process.
Thank you so much. Thank you, our mentees. Thank you, our tutors. Thank you so much, Cavendish University, for accepting to be part of this. Please make sure you get a meal. We have a lot of food. So our team members should be... Please, if you do not have a coupon, Shamim is here to help. Yeah, just make sure you have a meal. Thank you so much, and feel free to network. Our mentees, make sure you leave this place when you have a new phone number of a person that you had never met before. Thank you. Chevening alumni, if you're in the room, we just want to have a group photo. Cheveners, wherever you are. I saw Rashida was around. Edison, Madam Helen, Dr. Sam. We're going to have a picture as Cynthia was around here, and then Shamim. Want to take a photo as alumni and just to say thank you guys for working hard.